We thank you for your patience as we approach the beginning of our event. The event staff team is hard at work putting the finishing touches on tonight's show. The doors will open once we are ready to begin. We thank you for your patience as we approach the beginning of our event. The event staff team is hard at work putting the finishing touches on tonight's show. The doors will open once we are ready to begin. Thank you for waiting. We are ready to begin the show. The doors of the Vector Event Center will open in 1 minute. Have fun and welcome to Astral Central 2024 Panorama. Hello, and on behalf of Astral Industries and Playz Media, we would like to welcome you to Astral Central 2024 Panorama. May I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony will begin on the Origin stage in 5 minutes. Please make your way to a seat at this time. opening ceremony is about to begin. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Hello, Astral Central. It has been one hell of a day so far. I mean, from our incredible technical difficulties to an unfortunate delay, I will say that we are officially back on track. Now, to begin our opening ceremony, our first presentation of the day, I would just like to start off by saying thank you. Thank you for sticking with us throughout these technical difficulties and for making sure that we get to put this event on in the best way possible. As of right now, we are at 476 players, which is an all-time record for an Astral Central event. I am dumbfounded by the amount of people who have put in the effort to come in and join us for this one-of-a-kind event. Now, let's get started. For those of you who don't know, the best way to participate in Astral Central 2024 is to get presentation audio, and there is two ways to do that. One is by joining the event stage channel in the Astral Industries Discord server, or by tuning into the YouTube live stream. Now, let's get started. First off, well, some of you guys may not have even heard of us before, so I think it's in my duty to introduce Astral Industries and Polaris Media. Astral Industries is a sci-fi development group owned by me, Astra X2, and we make cool stuff. That's our plan. Polaris Media, on the other hand, is a subgroup of Astral Industries which was responsible for creating and performing this event. Honestly, this team of people has been crucial for us to put on this show, and I think you're going to be really excited for what we have later. Also, just a side note, we crossed 500 concurrent players. Thank you, guys. Alright, now, let me go ahead and go through the schedule for tonight's event because it has changed slightly since the original post. Due to technical difficulties earlier in the day, we had to delay things by about 30 minutes. So here is the, if I can actually scroll up and find it, here is the updated schedule. The opening ceremony began right a couple minutes ago at 2:15 p.m. Eastern. Then, the Magnitude Hall will open for ticketing at 3 p.m. Eastern. Then, our first keynote of the day, the Blue Cell keynote, will begin 15 minutes later at 3:15. Oh, well, that's rather unfortunate. Seems like we've encountered another server crash. We will be going back to our starting screen for a minute to help deal with this issue. Again, there's not much we can do about this right now. Please stand by for more information. All right. Now, where was I? Oh, get that music quieter, please. Okay. All right. Let's try this one more time. Hello, everybody. It's me, Astra. I've already introduced myself multiple times now. Again, we are so sorry for the drastic measures we had to take regarding the server stability issues. I mean, it has been not great, to say the least. However, with this, we should hopefully be able to maintain a server long enough to actually get through our presentations. Now, okay, hope that's going through. Private servers are working. That's good. Now, because we're a little low on time before the Magnitude Hall is scheduled to open, I'm gonna go ahead and get started with our interview segments. I'm gonna take a look to see which of our insiders who we have planned to interview are here and get on our way. So, first up on the list, we have two of the people behind one of Astral's more recent affiliates, Nano Quantum Tech. So please, oh, hang on. Please welcome Chetsky and Winter to the stage.
Hello. Okay, so we're flipping it.
Yeah, I guess so.
For context
okay.
to that comment, rehearsal, the Astra was sitting on the left couch.
All right.
What?
There's
What the?
No,
what?
why did I get teleported? Okay.
There we go. All right.
Finally.
So hello, you two.
Okay.
Welcome to the stage. So why don't you
Hello.
introduce yourself and your group?
I'm Chetsky, or Plant. I'm the head of development for NQT. We're a sci-fi group, which you probably assumed. We focus a lot on community and finding new or weird ways to do things. Winter here is our community lead.
Hi,
You can go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Winter, and I'm the community manager and also the affiliate manager for NQT. And yeah, that's about it for introductions.
Not much to say about ourselves.
All right. Well, next up on the list is what is your group doing that people should be excited about?
First thing is we are working on it. Our main flagship game, Nick's Antimatter Complex, or NAMC, as you probably heard it referred to as. We are working on a complete overhaul of that game because if you've played the current game, you know it's not the best. We have, for the overhaul, we have an actual facility to explore now for when that releases. That you can see one of our developers in the game chat if you're insiders. Just go and thank you, Anarchy. We have also just completely rewritten our code base because if you know how first code base of a big game goes, it doesn't.
I'm lagging.
It's very laggy, and the new code base performs much better. We can hopefully allow actual console mobile support to be usable too. And for that, this ties more into the community side of things. We're planning on releasing a series of development tutorials for people, focus more on the side of making sci-fi games. So earlier tutorials will touch on things like doors and scripted sequences that you don't really see until way later on in your average tutorial. And then we have an event planned, which I will hand over to Winter to discuss.
Yep, so we noticed that there's not much about events in the summer. So despite that being an active part of development on Roblox, so we've been considering hosting an event that we haven't decided a name for yet in this middle of the summer.
Well, that sounds great.
And yep.
we're
don't have
definitely
much
learning a
plans
lot
yet.
from how things have been going here.
Yeah, for sure.
You could say that at least. All
Yeah.
And
right.
yeah.
All right. Well, you actually answered my last question with that bit about your tutorials. So thank you guys for joining us. You can go ahead and walk backstage, and we'll go ahead and bring on our next interviewees.
So I remember your last question was about community building. One thing I wanted to mention before, we have been starting to release some assets to the public, like our fly script, which is already public. That's actually what's being used here. So resources like that. We'll be releasing more soon, hopefully.
Yep.
So keep an eye out for that.
And also, I did really push a lot for the Astral partnership, and we're also planning on partnering up with a lot more groups, possibly later on. And that's about it.
Thank you.
All right. Now, those were two of the leads for Nano Tech, and so next up on our list of people to interview, we have the people behind one of the largest sci-fi games on Roblox, Innovation Incorporated Thermal Power Plant. So now, please welcome Anime Rice Farmer and Skyfall Epsilon to the stage. Give me a second. Hopefully they're in the stage channel. All right. Hello, guys. We're trying to find you in the stage channel so we can get your voices up.
Anime is probably not in the stage.
Yeah, please do join the stage channel. Also, okay, invites.
Hello.
There we go.
Hello.
Hello, Anime Rice Farmer. All right, so
How's everyone going?
well, we're as good as we can be right now.
Can you all hear me?
Hello, Skyfall. Loud and clear.
Howdy.
All right, so why don't you guys introduce yourselves and your group?
All right.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I have to say, pretty good turnout, even though there were some hiccups. But hello. So I am Anime Rice Farmer. I am the creator of Innovation Inc. Thermal Power Plant. I started to develop this around the same. I started developing around the same time as the thermal power plant, which is about 6 years ago now. And we have a lot of exciting things planned. So keep an eye out, and I'll pass on to Sky.
Howdy. I'm Skyfall Epsilon. I am I'm currently a dev and the current holding incumbent staff president. Also, trainer in Innovation Security and a promoter in Innovation Inc. I joined the team because I thought that this was one of the most promising innovation games out there. And as if luck would have it, I believe a year or two ago, we became an official innovation game.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
Now,
And if we could, we have a special announcement.
Yes,
Oh,
we do.
sure. Go ahead.
Yes.
So, we've been waiting specifically for this event to announce this, but we actually have a brand new developer. They've been working with us from behind the scenes.
To the stage.
Yep. She is
Hang on.
in the stage right now. Frostbite Ashy.
All right.
I don't think they
will
were
get
able to
them up
join
here.
the game though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're in game. Right. Can I invite to speak from here? Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hey, sorry, I
Hello.
couldn't join the
Welcome
game.
Ashley to our development team.
Yeah, man, it's really, really great to be here. I've been in this core genre for since I was 10, probably. So, and especially hanging around innovation games. So it's been a real pleasure to get to work on an actual game. So We've been working on making the power plant a little more interactive, all over the place, like making sure that every room has something to do.
Yep, especially with our what's it called our next 2 updates coming out.
Hmm.
All right, well, that's awesome, and it's nice to meet our new member of the staff team. Now, for our next question, why did you guys participate in Astral Central 2024?
Well,
I think obviously it's just a great opportunity, you know, to support and network all the different communities, different groups, different games. Like, if we had a chance to go around to the booths, there's definitely some really awesome ones that deserve all the attention they can have. And I know I'll definitely be checking out some of the games. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a great way to show off what you've been working on as well. And we definitely have some good things to show off at our booth.
yeah,
I'll pass on to Skyfall.
it's been really. I've just been really fascinated. What's it called? I heard about y'all a little before we got invited. I saw the previous Astral 23 convention you guys had going on, and it was like one of the coolest things ever, especially with the variety of groups that were here and what they had to offer. Just a lot of stuff like that. That was just really fascinating to me, and the fact that we were given the opportunity to participate in this ourselves was amazing.
All right, well, I appreciate that. And we'll need to make this quick because we're running out of time here. But what should fans of Thermal Power Plant look forward to in the future?
Okay, we'll make it quick. Well, fans should look out for something that's not very far into the future at all. We have the quality of life update that'll be released next week. I'll make this quick. So, new visual effects, new building refreshes, music announcements, trams, rebalances. I can just keep going. So just keep an eye out. Definitely ask any questions at the booth. And we'll release the full changelog in the next few hours. The next big one is obviously the generators update. And there's going to be a lot of cool things about that as well. There's too much to talk about here, but I'll let Skyfall talk about some of the new machines that's coming.
Yeah, so one of the big updates we're doing is we are completely gutting and redoing the advanced machinery section of our game. What's it called? We're gonna add a more advanced mutator and a brand new portal that from what I understand, that's called the design we have going on for a portal has not been implemented in a sci-fi game. You actually can take a sneak peek at it. We have it on the our holo table at our booth right now. And someone who will be helping me, we're interconnected with this, is Ashy, so let me pass this on to her too.
Yeah, so I've been a Roblox developer for like a while, so I can contribute to the building of the portal room and the actual like physical functioning of the portal. And we are going to make sure that it runs as fast as possible while making it look as good as possible. You know, trying to help out the mobile players a little bit.
We love our mobile players.
Then we have a mutator too, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
The mutator that needs to be completely recoded.
Yeah, we're expanding the control rooms so that they're a little bit more spacious, a little more breathing room, and the controls look a little better, a little bit more fun to play with.
Just adding a lot more player interactivity.
Yeah, just
Well, yeah, I mean, that's always good.
Basically a second core now with the generators.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the quality of life and machinery updates you can be looking forward to in the thermal power plant soon.
All right, well, thank you guys for joining us. That is all I had for you guys, and so we'll go ahead and move on to our next set of
Thank you very much.
set of interviewees. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can go ahead and walk in game out behind stage, and there should be a button for you to get to be sent back out. Now, for our next set of interviewees, we have some people behind one of Astral's now oldest affiliates, Nediah. So please welcome Lux, BugVZ, and Onyx to the stage. I believe that's who we have scheduled. I'm just gonna do this to invite to speak.
you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Alright, sweet.
Alright, y'all should be
There we
on
go.
stage now. Alright, hello.
Hello there.
Why don't you guys oh sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Why don't you guys introduce yourselves and your group?
I am Arlix, or was currently the founder of Nediah and the CEO of Halfsoft Corporation. We have been a development group since around 2020, 2019, 2020, somewhere around there. And we've been making games, specifically sci-fi games, for about 5 years now. And then this would be one of my oldest community members, Bugs.
Hello everyone, and hello everyone at Astral Central. I did not come up with a plan, but yeah, it's great to be here. I have been a member of this group for a very long time, and the sci-fi community in general, and I am very happy to be up here today.
All right, so again, we'll need to make this pretty quick. We're a little behind schedule. But how has Nediah's game Halfsoft Underground Research Labs been since its release, and what can we expect moving into next year?
It has been nothing but good. We are insanely surprised with the amount of support and feedback we have gotten from the community. We are very happy to say that this is probably our most successful project so far, as long as like our first actual project we have released. And we are nothing but happy for all of our community members and every fan of our game that we can get. Moving into the next year, we can expect lots of updates coming to Halfsoft. We have 2 major updates planned right now. One is getting close to being done. We have 1.3, which is we're completely rescripting the entire internals of the game. So we should be expecting like minimum 30 FPS increase. And then 1.4, we are planning on completely adding a new sector, the scientific department, where you can do various experiments on different things and just generally mess around with some machines. And it should make the game a lot more enjoyable to play.
All right. Well, it sounds like y'all have got some good plans going, and I appreciate your time here. But that is all I have for you guys right now, so you can go ahead and walk off behind stage, and there should be a button for you to head off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And for our last interview section of the opening ceremony, we have the leader of a group which is making some games that are not quite sci-fi, but are still pretty cool. So now, please welcome the owner of Finite Interactive, Cosmos, to the stage.
Hello.
Hello, you should be teleported to the origin stage now.
Alright. Alright, hi. Yeah, I'm Cosmos, and I'm the creator of Finite Interactive with Indie Studio, like many other studios here. I made this group in like 2019 for fun, and it has like flourished immensely since then. But we're quite different from other groups you see in Astral Central.
Right, so what separates your group from any other group here?
Well, Finite Interactive differentiates itself from like other sci-fi groups by making other projects that are like not in the whole sci-fi genre, you know? So one that's a sweet spot for us that we found so far is the object show community, where we've made like different types of games. First, we've experimented with 4 computer core, which is now 4 Laboratory, and this year we've released Object Show Elevator, which recently hit 1 million visits.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Now, what about Object Show Elevator do you think people should try it out for?
I think people should try out Object Show Elevator for its like I think Object Show Elevator is like more engaging if you're in like this whole sort of object show community, if you're a fan of that. So
Yeah, I mean, it definitely sounds great. I mean, Object Show Elevator, from what I've seen, it looks really fun, so you guys should definitely go give it a try. Now that is all I
Cool.
have for you today, Cosmos. Thank you for coming up on stage, and you can go ahead and head off backstage.
All right, thank you.
Now, well, that's all for our interview segment. There is one more thing that we need to do before we move on to our first actual keynote. Now, unfortunately, earlier in the year, we experienced a tragic loss in the sci-fi community. For those of you who know, we lost Adri, otherwise known as Auroric, who was the former owner of Intellix. She passed away earlier this year, and we would like to dedicate this event in her honor. So for now, we will take a brief moment of silence. And with that, that concludes our opening ceremony. Thank you all for joining us throughout the hiccups, the highs and lows. And please, make your way over to the Origin stage, or not the Origin stage, the Magnitude Hall, where Dr. Maher and Blue Cell Studio will begin our series of presentations. Thank you, and we will see you soon.
The Magnitude Hall Auditorium is now open. Feel free to make your way to your seats before our presentations begin. The Magnitude Hall is now open. Please use the designated ticketing zones to acquire your tickets for tonight's show. If you are a registered VIP, your ticket has already been assigned. If you have suite access, feel free to use the elevators located on either side of the building to access the upper level. The Blue Cell keynote will begin in 5 minutes. Please make your way to your seats at this time. A 15-minute intermission is now in progress. Please join us after the break for our next presentation.
As well. Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, the presenter for Blue Cell Studio was unable to make it to the show today. That means we will now be entering an intermission section before continuing with our schedule. If I recall correctly, our next presentation will be for Bunker Bravo Interactive, which is scheduled for 3:45 p.m. Eastern in 25 minutes. Thank you all for your patience, and we will see you then.
Bunker Bravo interactive keynote will begin in 5 minutes. Please make your way to your seats at this time. The Bunker Bravo interactive keynote will begin shortly. We hope you enjoy the show. And now, please welcome Miss Jenna Marset, Chief Executive Officer of Bunker Bravo Interactive, to the stage.
Good evening, Astral Central, and happy holidays. My name is Jenna, and I'm the CEO here at Bunker Bravo Interactive. For those of you out there not in the know, you're probably wondering, who the hell are these guys? Bunker Bravo Interactive is a multi-platform game and software publishing studio. We contract with up-and-coming development groups to give them the tools they need to make it to the mainstream. We back some of the newest and most promising Roblox game development communities. And this year alone, we've seen massive growth and support. And from all of us here at Bunker Bravo Interactive, we thank you. What sets Bunker Bravo aside from all the publishers out there is the amount of control we provide you, the contracted studio. As the owner of your group, you keep the reins, we provide the tools. All of our contracted partners can enjoy their pick at the wide variety of developers, resources, software, and more that Bunker Bravo has to offer. This year, we got busy. We searched far and wide for who we think has a shot at being, well, the next big thing, so to speak. And I'm very, very happy to say we found them. This year, I'm so happy to introduce to you the second generation of Bunker Bravo Interactive contracted partners. Please give a warm round of applause to the amazing teams over at Light Incorporated and Omega Laboratories Innovators. We're so happy to be working with both of these awesome groups, and we can't wait to see what we can make together in the coming year. Speaking of the coming year, I'm excited to announce for the first time here live at this event that Bunker Bravo Interactive will be scouting for our third generation of contracted partners. We've been looking at all the booths here this year, and we'll continue to scout these and many more projects down the line. If you think you have a shot at being a part of the latest generation of contracted partners, be sure to give this year your all. You never know, we might just pick you. However, before we can get to looking to BBI's next generation, it's only fitting to introduce to you our current lineup. Please give a warm welcome to Light Incorporated. Light Incorporated was the first of our second generation BBI partners to be inducted, and they've flourished throughout their time here with Bunker Bravo Interactive. We've been able to observe massive member growth over the course of the last 5 months, currently approaching a staggering 10,000 group members. Their flagship title, Light Inc. Geothermal Power Plant, takes players on the exploration of a lifetime. Discover the secrets of the vast caves, caverns, and labyrinth that is the facility. Operate the Advanced Moderated Gas Light Crystal Reactor to generate power for the facility and surrounding areas. This game offers bold designs, incredible gameplay, combat, and so much more. The round-based team play mechanics of the geothermal power plant make for an amazing time with friends. Coming soon is maintenance tasks, medical and health system reworks, new subgroups, and even more to be revealed. If there was a game you would want on your radar, it's this one. You can find Light Incorporated on the Bunker Bravo Interactive affiliates list. I highly, highly suggest checking out their games. As we continue down our roster of partners, I'm happy to introduce to you our second Gen 2 inductee studio, Omega Laboratories Innovators. Welcome to the Delta Fermi Nuclear Power Plant by Omega Laboratories Innovators, developers of the most realistic-looking power plants on Roblox. Their team of 11 works constantly to deliver what can only be described as the most gorgeously designed buildings, terrain, props, and more. OLI prides itself on creating games to get absolutely and totally immersed in. Setting the scene of their flagship title, DFNPP, users will operate a fully functional reactor simulator known as the Rift Reactor. The game features a fully dynamic environment, random events that change based on how you play, and a realistic proximity chat system. It'll feel just like operating a real reactor. For more information on OLI and this amazing project, you can find links to their group and socials on the BBI affiliates list as well. We highly suggest checking out their stuff and supporting them because they're doing it like nobody else. And with that said, we'd like to end off our partner segment with a thank you to both the group administrators for their continued trust in our commitment, as well as their communities for allowing Bunker Bravo Interactive to show what we're all about. Thank you so much, you guys. Now, taking us into our next topic, I would like to open with a question. What does an admin system mean to you? At their core, admin systems are here for convenience, functionality, and most importantly, protection. A good admin system can help make your community a safer place. Now I ask you, why should an admin system be limited to just what we find on the Roblox platform? Why can't we have the same protection across all of our communities? Right now, I bet most of you out there are using many different ways to moderate and manage your communities. There's a fantastic solution. There's many fantastic solutions out there, like BloxLink, Rover, HD Admin, and so many more, and they are all amazing. But there's just one problem. They're all separate. When somebody is banned from your games, you then have to wait for them to show up in your Discord servers and start causing trouble all over again. Today, I'm so happy to introduce to you the administrative suite for the modern age, Guardsman. Now, before we continue, I would like to invite 3 very special guests on stage. I'm pretty sure one of them can't make it, unfortunately, but please give a warm welcome to the rest of the Guardsman team, Big Benster 702 and Erasto. Are they here? Yeah, they are. There's Era. Is Ben here? Ben, where are you? Hey, Era. Not sure where Ben and Kitsumi are at, but Era is very special. He helped me a lot with the API, and my God, I wouldn't have been able to do it without him and the other team members on the Guardsman team. They are so amazing, and I'm really thankful for them. Now, as I touched on before, Guardsman is here to be the one-size-fits-all administrative suite for your communities. It offers elegant and performant moderation, community management, and user data management experience from anywhere in the world. That's right, Guardsman can be used from anywhere, and I mean anywhere. Our ecosystem consists of 3 major parts: Guardsman Web, Guardsman Discord, and Guardsman In-Game. First and foremost, Guardsman In-Game. Guardsman In-Game is the first line of defense for your Roblox communities. Our easy install moderation system seamlessly integrates into the Guardsman web panel, which you'll see soon. Guardsman In-Game boasts a powerful moderation user interface, command line, and windowing system powered by Adonis. It truly is the best way to allow your moderators to get more done. But again, one of the biggest problems that our communities face is problems from their Roblox games coming into their Discord servers. Well, again, that problem is no more with Guardsman Discord, possibly one of the most powerful Roblox to Discord utility bots. Keeping in line with our entire ecosystem, it boasts carefully designed user interfaces, seamless integration with the rest of Guardsman, and provides an elegant user experience. Users can enjoy quick and fast user verification, and community managers will love how easy it is to set up role binds in their guilds. However, say you wanted to do all of this, but not on these platforms, but from anywhere in the world. Introducing the central gateway to your communities, Guardsman Web. Now, this year, we spent a lot of time revitalizing the way you use Guardsman Web. Through countless trials and a plethora of designs, we have created the perfect, all-in-one expansive web interface for interfacing with the Guardsman network. This is the Guardsman dashboard. Upon logging in, you'll be greeted with this gorgeous and slim page full of statistics about you and your community. You can also swap over to the audit logs view to see a list of recent actions in your community to make sure no one's not doing anything that they're not supposed to. We then switch over to the user management pages, where you'll find the punishment list, user data manager, and anti-exploit log. The user data manager is one of the most powerful pages in the Guardsman system. It allows you to interface directly with the Guardsman data stores and punishment tables. Here you can modify user game data through our powerful game data editor that automatically detects and loads your game save data schema, restore an automatic backup in the event of corruption or developer misconduct, and view, create, disable, and edit punishments in our punishment editor. Following the development of these new and revitalized versions of Guardsman, I'm very happy to be announcing for the first time here at Astral Central 2024, Guardsman is... That's right. Guardsman is available right now to the public over at gdsmn.dev. Again, Guardsman is available for free to the public at gdsmn.dev. That's Guardsman, gdsmn.dev. Now, some of you out there might be wondering, how can I make some of the cool stuff you guys make? It's no secret that software and game development takes a long time to become proficient in. But starting in January, we're hoped to make just a little bit easier. Introducing Bunker Bravo Interactive Community Workshops. These events will be hosted in the Bunker Bravo Interactive Discord server, which you can find in the Astral Industries affiliates list. But what is a community workshop, you're probably asking? Community workshops are weekly workshop events hosted here by BBI staff. Whether you're an industry professional or just looking to get into software and game development as a hobby, we have something for everyone. During a community workshop, attendees will be able to enjoy instructional content from a vetted BBI workshop instructor. Our instructors have great knowledge in their field and should be able to answer most questions you may have. These events are meant to help you improve your skills as a developer in our mission to give back to the community. For our Roblox courses, a group team create session will be created for our attendees in the Bunker Bravo Interactive group. So you want to join, and be sure to invite your friends because it is going to be a great, great time. Now, as we're slowly getting to the end of our presentation, we have one final topic to cover, and I have two final people left to bring on stage. Thank you, Era, and thank you, Ben. I'm gonna have you guys head backstage, and I'd like to invite Nico Directorate member, the Great Bear 111, and Nico founder, Lava Factory, to the stage. Where are they? Where are they at? Oh, there he is. There's Lava. Hi, buddy. Is he in the Lava? Are you in the stage VC? Do you want to be? Were we gonna have you up here? Oh, there's Bear. Hi, Bear. Main Astral Discord in the event stage. So I'll say my piece, and then if you would like to say something, go absolutely ahead. Now, a lot of you out there may not be happy to hear this. However, to preserve the dignity of the amazing group that is Nico and encapsulate the spirit of it, I'm very sad to be announcing that Nico will be departing the Sci-Fi community and also the Roblox platform. This decision came after a lot of deliberation and time spent trying to best revitalize the group. Unfortunately, we fell short of that goal. And in order to give this group the best ending possible, we decided to have one final hoorah here at AC24 and gracefully bow out. From everyone here at Nico, we want to thank you for the 5 years of fun, amazing development, and memories that I personally will cherish for the rest of my life. Nico will always hold a special place in my heart, as it does for many of our community members. Thank you again. Lava, are you here?
Hi, hello. Yes.
Oh, there you are. Do you want to say anything? Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to say that it's been an honor. I'm glad to see such a great turnout for this event and all the support and outpouring for Astral and Astral Central 2024. As much as it sucks to say goodbye to such a great group and the community, I only hope the best for everyone moving forward. And I want to encourage anyone who has any passion that they pursue it, even if it ends in failure, because it's not about the end goal, it's about the journey and how you get there. That's my piece.
Well said, Lava. Thank you so much for coming up. There, you hang out. You're cool. And with that, that is going to be the end of the Bunker Bravo Interactive keynote. I'd like to thank every single one of you for attending this event and coming to see the greatest sci-fi expo in the history of Roblox. For all of those of you out there in the game, as well as in the other servers, please, please, please leave a donation for Polaris and to the Astral group. They spent so much time stressing over this event, and they pulled off something truly amazing. So again, thank you so much, Polaris Media. Leave a donation if you can. But we're not going anywhere quite yet, actually. Oh my God. For the next 15 minutes, we'll be doing a live Q&A in the Astral Industries official Discord server. Join in, ask a question if you have any, and we'll read them off live here on stage. We're Bunker Bravo Interactive, empowering your imagination. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure also in the sci-fi community, and it has been wonderful to see it out like this.
Hi, Bear.
Hey,
good, Lava. All right, let me pull up the Discord server. We do, in fact, have a thread going in the AC24 Q&As. So I will be reading out some questions that get asked. Please don't ask any stupid questions. And yeah. One word, how? I don't know how to answer that question, actually. How? Because BBI was founded because it was just a bunch of friends having it was just a bunch of friends with a goal to help the other people in the sci-fi community that might not be as not as, I don't know how to word it, but our goal is just give back to the community. That's the bottom line. How long did Guardsman take? Technically, Guardsman has been in development for about 4 years now. The first concept of it was released back in early 2020. And we've just been revitalizing it ever since. It didn't start out as Guardsman, but yeah. If you partner with BBI, is there a cost and contract? Yes, if you do partner with BBI, there is a contract involved. The cost is we provide tools to each of our partnered groups, and in return, we take a small portion of their revenue from their games. And yes, there is a contract involved. We'll be releasing the incomplete build of WinRain. Right now, we don't actually have any plans to release WinRain. There were talks behind the scenes of another development studio picking it up, but I cannot comment on that currently. I can't delete my Guardsman group. Guardsman is in an open beta currently. We were mostly feature ready, but there's some things that, like deleting groups and such like that, we're still working through. So I'm hoping by the end of January, we will have a fully finished functional system. So basically, in exchange for the tools, you get a portion of our Robux earnings. Yes, a small portion of the Robux earnings. Have Light Inc. improved the core design since the video? No offense intended, by the way. The Light Inc. video was taken semi-recently, but trust me, the effects that you can find in the Light Inc. game they're incredible. They actually make some really, really incredible stuff, and I highly, highly recommend checking out Light Incorporated. Is Guardsman open source? If not, are there any plans on open sourcing it? Yes, Guardsman is going to be open source eventually. Our biggest problem right now is stripping out payment processing stuff, because there is going to be a paid tier of Guardsman. Guardsman itself will always be a free product, but there will be a paid tier later in the future for Guardsman if you want to support development. What's next for Nico? Unfortunately, Nico is going to be put into a state without any sort of active development. So the group Discord will stay, and the group will stay up, but there's not going to be any active development. Was that a 50K donation? Holy crap. Can Guardsman be hosted on any Linux distro, or does it have to be any certain configurations? Guardsman is able to be hosted, self-hosted on premise in any Linux distro, as far as I know, and also on Windows support we're working on, and Darwin support should be in. Bob Matsey for the 50K is crazy. What is Guardsman? I missed the speech and wanted to know. It is a multi-platform community management tool. It is the short of it is it's a Roblox in-game administrative system and a Discord verification bot with other features that link your games to your Discords. Is there a time estimate on open sourcing it? Not at this time. How would you partner with BBI if you are interested? Currently, the way we scout partners is we reach out to you directly. We're hoping to get some sort of contact form eventually for our partners. What's the requirements for a group to partner up, group size, etc.? And can you DM me what info an aspiring partner might need? Again, we scout, we look for people who we feel we can help the most. So we will reach out to the groups that we think we can work good with. How did Astral start? I don't know. Wait for the Astral Q&A. I think they're doing an Astral. Are you guys doing a Q&A? I think they're doing a Q&A.
Hang on. Yes, we will be having a Astral Industries staff Q&A later during the presentation. Also,
yeah,
Speedy with another 50K. That makes 200,000 Robux donated during this presentation alone.
So does that mean Astral Central brought to you by Quantum Science Incorporated?
I don't even know. Thank you all for the donations. Sky, your floor.
All right. Let's take a look. How many more communities are currently partnered with BBI? We have Nico, OLI, and LI. So we have 3 total partners, and we're looking to induct another 3 this year. Will Guardsman be available as a Docker container? Yes, Guardsman will have a Dockerized release via a Docker file and Docker Compose. Where would the OSS distribution of Guardsman be hosted? Yes, great question. So if you would like to join and work on or look at the BBI code, you can go to git.bunkerbravointeractive.com. That's git.bunkerbravointeractive.com, and that'll take you to our corporate GitLab instance. Check out the GitHub. How the hell are Astral events a yearly thing? Wait for the Astral keynote for that question. Any kind of Discord or communication channel for Guardsman? Yes, there is a Guardsman support server, which you can find over at gdsmn.dev at the bottom of the page. Will Guardsmen work in Russia? We currently don't have any geoblocks in place in Guardsmen, so it should, but if there were any geoblocks by ISP, then you would have to utilize a VPN. Oh yeah, and Ben posted the link to our GitLab right there. Consider Docker can be run on Windows with WSL and some caveats with that. Yes, there will be. We do plan on making the system Windows compatible. It might not be ideal, but we do plan on making the system Windows compatible. I'm seeing a couple questions maybe in the game chat. So if you do have questions in the game chat, go ahead and put them in the Discord server so I can go ahead and read them. Will Guardsman paid tier features be included in the open source release? Yes. If you install Guardsman in the open source release, you will automatically have all the paid tier features. And they will actually, the limits will be configurable. Does IITPP use Guardsman? I mean, command bar at the top of the game? No, currently Innovation Inc. doesn't use Guardsman. We're open to a partnership, but no. We utilize a few libraries that other admin systems use, such as Commander, EXE, and the Adonis windowing system. With Guardsman being free and open source to the public, do you think you'll be able to handle the amount of resources needed? Yeah, absolutely. We're very confident in our systems being able to handle the influx of users that we're hoping to see. You do not need to host Guardsman yourself. You can use the cloud instance of Guardsman for free at gdsmn.dev. Do we use Linux when developing? Yes. Is there a way to donate to this? Assuming you're talking about Guardsman, we currently do not have a donation system. Actually, well, I was in the middle of setting up a Patreon, but I forgot about it. We will soon have a Patreon. Can you give more context about the courses Bunker Bravo instructors would give for developers? How would it work? I will touch that in just a second. I just want to finish up any Guardsman questions, and then I will touch on that. I heard you talk on Adonis earlier. What do you guys rely on? Only their windowing system, because they actually have a fantastic windowing system that works very well. And their open source makes it super awesome to be able to just go in, update real quick. And yeah. What systems does Guardsman rely on? So the systems that Guardsman rely on, we use a couple libraries from other systems, but we don't actually have any dependency on those. So Guardsman functions as its own independent system, and we have local copies of the libraries we use. When you go to install Guardsman, it's just like installing Adonis or any other system. You put them loader in your game, and you should be good to go. Can other developers be able to use Guardsman on the group they don't own? No. You will not be able to use Guardsman in games or in Discords for groups you do not own. And Ben posted the support server. You mentioned EXE. What about that do you use? The main user interface. We use product EXE v4 as our main moderation interface. Now, let me answer some of these. Could you give more context about the courses Bunker Bravo instructors would give for developers? Absolutely. So BBI workshops are going to consist of like 3D modeling workshops, programming workshops, GFX workshops, and even more. So if those are things you're going to want to, if you want to learn, by all means, you should totally join the Bunker Bravo Discord server, which you can find in the affiliates list channel. Could someone in the Q&A chat link to the affiliates list channel, please? So they can find our Discord server. Will BBI ever have more services away from solely the sci-fi core community? Yes, so Bunker Bravo isn't actually just limited to the sci-fi and core community. If you have a group that you want as like that's developing a game that's outside of this genre, absolutely, we will work with people outside of the sci-fi and core community. It just so happens that the people we work with are all sci-fi and core community. How much did it cost to build Guardsman, or did you use something else to make it? Guardsman is made in VS Code and by a team of 4 people that I'm going to pay for with the revenue we get from our donation system. So Guardsman is me putting myself into debt. Who can host a BBI workshop? We will have a team of vetted BBI workshop instructors. If you would like to teach a class and you're already BBI staff, go ahead and reach out to me and we'll talk about it. What language is Guardsman written in? A couple languages, primarily TypeScript across our non-Roblox platforms, and of course Lua on the Guardsman in-game version. Okay, let's take a look here. If you ban someone in the game, will it ban them from the Discord server as well if you want to? Yes. If you choose to ban someone from a game and you opt to have them banned from the Discord server, they will automatically be banned from the Discord server. All right. Was it difficult to build Guardsman, particularly the part where you have to sync the status of a player between in-game and web platform? So the Guardsman sync, like the linking system, has seen a lot of different revisions. We actually have a standalone module. So if you wanted to use Guardsman in your own in your own admin system, like if you wanted to tie it into Guardsman, you absolutely could. We'll be releasing that module as well as actually I'll touch on this briefly. We're going to be releasing 2 modules very soon. G-Link, which is the way to link any other system. It actually is what Guardsman uses to link your systems to Guardsman's web API, as well as Web Store Service, which is going to be a module similar to Profile Service or using data stores. So you can use the Guardsman data stores to store the player data for your game, and those will also be free, and on the Guardsman network group page. So you'll be able to store your data outside of data stores, and all data takes automatic backups, and also you'll be able to export your data at any time. Okay. So we're getting to the end of the keynote here. We have about 3 minutes left to answer any questions you guys may have. So go ahead and throw them into the Astral Industries server if you have any. Can you transfer settings from other services? We currently are working on an import system if you would like to transfer. The only problem is that's actually against their terms of services. So right now we really can't. Does Guardsman collect any data? The only data that Guardsman collects is usernames and IDs. That's it. We don't collect any personal or biometric information, and we do not advertise on our website. So there's no advertisement or ad tracking. And we will never have advertisements or ad tracking in our website, because no. So you will never have to see we use cookies on this website. You'll never have to see that. No cookie thing. Has Guardsman been as stable as V1? Guardsman V2 is right now it's in an okay state. We have a few bugs to patch that arose mainly because of the throughput from this game, actually. But it's constantly being worked on. We're an active team in development, so Guardsman broke in BBI Discord. I swear to God, I forgot to whitelist it. Guardsman will be fixing the BBI Discord. Ben, can you get on that, actually? Can you make a group real quick? Will there ever be refunds? For example, my paid version failed horribly. I didn't like it. Yes, we'll refund any purchases up to a year. No perms. I don't own the Roblox group. No, create one. Like, create one on the panel, and then I'll mess with the database later. So I'm new to Corgan community. Could you explain what Bunker Bravo Interactive does? I'm curious. So we are more so a publishing company. We help other groups with their games. We do actually have Bunker Bravo Interactive Originals. What's it called? And those are opt-in projects for our contracted developers. So in case they want to work on something other than that, we have options for those guys as well. All right. With that being said, since we are out of questions and out of time, I would like to thank every single one of you, both in the live stream as well as here in the stage. For being here. It's really awesome to see you. Hi, Hub people and hi BBI people. Hi guys. And yeah, I've been looking at these guys over here. This is really funny to watch, by the way. Anyways, that's all we have. Thank you so much again for everybody attending here. Kai wants me to sit with PB. Oh God. I'll think about it. Again, if you haven't already, hit up Astral. Tell them they're doing a good job. Chat. We'll see you in the next one. And with that being said, it is my time to get out.
And thank you very, very much.
There's the OLI video. Bye, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? The Sci-Fi or Bust Cast panel will begin at the Origin stage in 5 minutes. If you are still in the Magnitude Hall, please make your way back to the Origin stage for this presentation. The Sci-Fi or Bust Cast panel will begin shortly on the Origin stage. Take a seat and enjoy the show.
All right. And now,
Because I know people were
please,
begging Boca to do it earlier, and some of you still have bingo cards to
Rose.
fill.
Hold on, Rose. Hold on. Not yet.
Anyways, and now, please welcome Elevators 89 and part of the cast of his series Sci-Fi or Bust to the stage.
Alright, let's
I'm
make
not
sure
at the
everybody
staging
gets here.
game. Help!
Are you? Oh, hang on, I got
No.
you.
Wait.
Alright, we'll just wait for that to get fixed real quick, and we'll begin.
All right.
There
Go on.
we go.
We might need a 7th jail.
Nah, I'll stay back.
Woohoo.
Y'all are good. All right,
Alright,
floor is yours.
You should be able to
Yeah,
sit
there
in
we
that chair over there. Anyways, hello everyone. I'm Elevators, although most people call me Ellie. Either works, really. And I'm the creator of Sci-Fi or Bust. I've brought a couple of the other cast members with me to help answer the various questions that the community might have. Now, before we get started, why don't the rest of you introduce yourselves? We'll start to my right with Kawoods.
Well, it's technically left now, but
I guess so.
Hi, I'm Kawoot. I am a crow that tends to break elevators. I don't know why. It's elevators or animalism. They hate that. They hate animals.
If I'm up next, hi, I'm Jenna. I've also been referred to as Guardswoman and Sci-Fi Michael Reeves. I enjoy invoking pure chaos everywhere I go, and I was in Asfob a couple times.
Hi, I'm Elsa Frosteri, although I'm sure quite a few people from Quantum here are probably still calling me Dr. Kaiser because I once voiced her for some QBC productions.
Do we have rendered on stage or?
Rendered is directly next to me, but doesn't appear to be in the VC.
Where is rendered?
Where is rendered?
Oh, rendered!
I can literally go rig him.
Hello.
Do that. Get him here, Ace.
Wait, is rendered in this
Yeah.
Discord server?
I don't know.
Oh, rendered.
No, rendered's on
Rendered's on stage, but like not on stage.
Yeah, in the
I'll get him. I'll
He's
get him.
in game. He's not in the VC.
I'll get him.
I don't think he's in the Discord server.
He's not in the Discord.
Oh my god.
I'll get him. I'll get him. Hang on.
Okay, well.
Yep.
We love devolving.
While we do that, Ren, if you would.
Okay. I'm my name's Ren. My pronouns are she, they. Some people used to call me Void. I'm a former admin for a lot of Roblox sci-fi groups, and
she worked for Quantum.
And Discover, unfortunately, the Forbidden. And also a bunch of other groups I was involved with.
The Forbidden group.
But yeah, it's now I prefer to stay back. I'm a very busy woman IRL. I have college apps to do, but I do come on SFOB for some of our games. So yeah. Also, meow.
Oh my god.
Oh, come on, man.
Meow.
This
Anyway.
is totally random. Hi grandma, hi grandpa. They're watching right now. I wanted to do that earlier, but I couldn't.
Oh my god. Okay.
Anyway,
and
while we get rendered into the voice chat, just like to say that it's nice to have all of you here, everybody on stage and those in the audience. Unfortunately,
There
we
we
couldn't
go.
have. Oh, is rendered here?
Rendered is now here. I did my job.
All right, I'll continue
Rendered,
that
sit
later.
down.
Go ahead and
I can't sit down. I literally can't. I can try, but for some reason it's not letting me.
you can stand in the center then.
You
It's
were
okay.
sitting before.
I just jumped up and here I am. Hey, DT's not here, so somebody's got to have an issue.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Valid. Speaking
here.
of DT, he
Rendered, sit there.
D-Trains man.
Actually,
Polar
hold
Bear
on,
Man,
Rose.
Elevator Breaker, Loud DT, whatever you know him by. He was not able to make it today. However, I do have a pre-recorded message on his behalf, so I shall now play that. Hopefully it's loud enough.
Hello? Hello? I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on Astral Central 2024. The SFOB casts do get a bit quirky at night. Okay, I can't do that bit anymore. Anyway, hey, wanted to record a message because I actually couldn't physically be here. I've ultimately decided to spend some more time with family and whatnot, but wanted to pre-record a message saying how much I appreciate you guys, how much I appreciate the sci-fi community for watching me be loud and obnoxious for when was the first episode uploaded? Maybe about 6 years ago? And I'm actually very happy to say that Loud DT is a permanent fixture of SFOB. Recent development that I had is I finally moved out and got a place of my own. I live absolutely alone. The closest neighbor that I have is probably, I don't know, 20, 30 yards up a hill. So no one is going to hear me scream. That's what also sounds very bad now that I say it out loud. But I can be as loud as I want. Loud and obnoxious is funny! Anyway.
Thank you, DT.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you guys in future projects, being a part of this future projects, and being loud and obnoxious DT. Because loud equals comedy. And fart noises.
Shout out DT for actually having a life.
Real.
At the end of
Speaking
the
of
day.
shout outs to people who aren't here. Unfortunately, Insider Lock did banish someone else from being able to be here. But hello, Reddy. I see you, whatever private server you're in.
And before I continue on with the rest of my script here, Rendered, I think you forgot to introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Rendered. I think I am the newest member of Sci-Fi or Bust. I'm really glad to have been invited, even if I didn't quite know what it was when I was invited. Now I kind of know the history, and it means a lot, honestly. I'm looking forward to being in future videos and helping out when I can and getting a life. Yeah. I see you, Intel.
Yay, Rendered! Woo!
I'm gonna find you, Intel. I hope you know that.
Wait a
Anyways, that's
second.
pretty my intro.
And it's nice to have all of you here up on stage and in the audience. Unfortunately, we couldn't have our full audience here in person today due to reasons that I'm pretty sure you're very much aware of. But I thank you for being here anyway, whether that be in person or on the stream or sitting in a Discord chat right now. Now, before we get into the questions today, I'm just going to give you a brief explanation about what Sci-Fi or Bust is. It's a review show on YouTube that ranks, well, sci-fi games on a titular scale of Sci-Fi or Bust. Now, there's 3 other rankings in the actual scale, but that's not really important right now, so we're just going to skip over that. And the series itself has spanned over 3 episodes so far, and a 4th episode is still in the works. I know some of you have probably seen the trailer last year, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. So, let's get into the questions, shall we? Excuse me. Now, I've got a couple of questions already preset on our script here, but I'll also be taking questions from both the Discord chat, the YouTube chat, and the Roblox game chat. I have all 3 set up. So...
multitasking.
Pretty much, yeah. Without further ado, let's get started, shall we?
Ellie, is your brain multi-threaded?
I mean, I am neurodivergent, so I guess so.
Bro has built-in simultaneous multitasking. That's crazy.
I am multi-track drifting as we speak.
Dude, same here.
Excuse
Fun
me
fact,
while
that
I
was
check
actually-
off presenter goes off track on my bingo card. I mean, what?
SFOB cast bingo card.
What do you mean
Yeah,
track?
check.
Besides the required questions I have here, we don't really have a track. Although I will say that was a more recent development back last winter. I figured out.
That guy, AC 2024. Damn. Just that guy.
That guy
not
at
even a
AC
name.
24.
Just that guy now.
And yes, we
Um,
are typically this crazy behind the scenes of SFOB, so
It's
congratulations,
true.
now you know.
Oh yeah, big time.
I think
Chaos
I've
is
seen my
fun.
fair
I
share,
love
and I'm kind of
chaos.
Let's see here. I'll just start off with some questions from the audience, and then we'll go into the list here. A joke request: crappy core games for when I'm not going to say anything about crappy core games as of yet. It's all about SFOB here.
Womp womp.
Let's see. How many absolute busts are there? So absolute bust is a joke rating that was below the lowest ranking we have, which is bust. I don't think we were really ever intended to use it at all. So fingers crossed there should be absolutely zero of those, except as a joke. Let's see. Anything else in chat for now? Okay.
What is PBCC SFOB? I can't.
PBCC SFOB.
Actually, I might as well just go into
That
that.
question is from a Pinewood member, LA. I think we better answer that.
I think we should answer it. So this is actually the first question on our list here. When is SFOB coming out? I mean, people have been asking it for years, even now after the trailer that came out last year. In truth, the answer is probably a lot sooner than you think, but that probably means nothing nowadays. 2024 has just been a really, I'm not going to say interesting year. It's been really, really heavy. Between school, dealing with mental health stuff, and a bunch of other things that I won't go into here, I just haven't had the most amount of time to edit anything, really. That includes SFOB as well. And a lot of it just started hitting very quickly after I started my spring semester last year. Or this year, I suppose. Because it's not 2025 yet. So, unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit longer, but I promise you, it'll be worth the wait.
Also, to jump in here and take two comments from Firefractal before they get hidden in Roblox chat. What's wrong with Discover? Well, you see, this answer has been removed to prevent demonetization from elevators.
Extremely loud and correct.
As I said, this answer has been removed to prevent demonetization. And yes, I will meow on stage again. Meow.
Oh, that's right. Can you actually just DM me a link to that? I don't have it on my channel list.
I seen what?
No, here, I'll read the first one.
Meow.
Now, I apologize for that, but we're not.
What made the team over at Elevators get the inspiration to start pioneering this series? So,
Well,
where
that's
did-
actually a
what
pretty good
inspired this
question.
one? Yeah.
So, Sci-Fi Bus was actually originally a quantum project back in 2018. I'm not entirely sure who came up with the idea, because those chat messages have unfortunately been lost to time. I think we've just been inspired by the various different review shows and videos all around the internet and on TV. And we wanted to see what we could do if we took different sci-fi games and put them into a similar format. Of course, these different videos are a lot less unhinged, I will say, than what SFOB is all about. But honestly, that just kind of makes it a bit more unique, despite how tiring it is to put everything together.
It's fun to get chaotic.
Oh, it is very fun.
I'm like in my natural state, you know?
Yeah.
Same here.
Now, if you don't mind me saying, MTV Cribs style SFOB.
Oh
What demonetization?
I will be keeping track.
Hey, can I also just bring it? Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead, Astro. Sorry.
Can I just bring attention to the synchronized light show that's in the background of the camera view right now? Like,
I love
Yes,
it.
that's beautiful. Who is doing that?
I saw
Jedi
Chelsea
versus the Sith.
earlier tell everyone on the left
screenshotting
to
that.
go
I
right
don't
and
know
everyone
who
go
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
invited
that
the
is
Jedi and the Sith,
cool.
but wow.
Oh, that is oh my god, that's great.
shout out to Nano
Delightful.
Quantum Tech for putting the glow sticks in their booth.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
great.
Yes.
All of you in the background who are doing the glow sticks.
Proud
oh,
to you,
amazing.
shout out to
thank
you guys.
Thank you so
It's
much.
you know,
That
it's
is
times like
amazing.
this.
That is
It's times like
amazing.
this where we're having a bioweapon right about now.
Mention a
Try
bioweapon.
your
Let's
best
see if
to.
that's on the bingo card.
Wait, is
Ellie,
it?
can I answer one of the questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, someone asked, quote, what's taking so long for the next episode? And the correct answer to that is, well, it varies from individual to individual. A lot of us are very busy. Half of us are college students, and the other half are like a high school upperclassman. I'm a senior. I should probably be doing my Duke application right now on Common App, but I'm here instead helping answer questions. A lot of us, as I said earlier, have college or college level coursework to do, and that has hampered the editing and recording process of SFOB significantly. Also, Jenna runs Bunker Bravo. I'm sure you can see why that would make her an extremely busy woman.
Oh yeah. Running a company is hard.
It turns out.
It is, but you do it so well.
Aw, thank you.
I mean, that
Don't forget to pay
presentation you put
taxes.
on, I'm not even gonna lie, that presentation just like put all the confidence to be lost back into the event. And I really do thank you for that.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, but
Yeah,
this isn't. Hey, wait, this isn't.
Applause for freaking
No,
Jenna.
no,
That
this
presentation
isn't.
carried.
This isn't the Jenna panel. This is the SFOB panel.
That is true. Let's move on to the
I can
next
appreciate
question.
my friends. Dang it.
So, how do you find the games that you How do you find the games that you review in SFOB?
Whoever pays
It's
the most. No, I'm kidding.
it's kind of a mix of different sources. For SFOB 4 in particular, we actually went out and asked the community at some point last year to submit games for us to possibly review, and then the same people also went and voted on which games would actually make it into the episode. In future episodes, how I'm thinking we're going to do it is that the community will have some sort of say over what games, like some of the games that can get in, but we'll choose the other ones. Like for episode 4 in particular, I'm thinking of having like a small selection of games available to vote every part. So you will have essentially 3 votes to cast, and then the winners of those votes will be 3 of the games in the next episode, but we may choose 1 to 3 more depending on what time will allow.
Speaking of games, have all the games for SFOB 4 been decided already? I believe the answer to that is yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, Elevators.
That is correct. We have actually recorded everything, so it's all down to editing.
Elsa, you were here for all of that, though.
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. My memory is terrible too.
I can't believe that Milkdown Flea's Dunkapito almost won, though. Round.
Oh, gosh.
I still can't believe that. Like, to all the people who voted that, are you okay? I am
You
honestly
realize
concerned.
what you've done.
Like, I am very concerned for your
No,
well-being.
you had to go through.
Working in the
Because
sci-fi
of
community is
the-
like opting into memory loss.
Pretty much, honestly.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
it
give
is.
everybody here a nice rubber room for that
No.
voting.
A what?
A rubber room.
We're
Do not
not.
start that. No.
Oh,
Crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Don't. Oh no, there goes the chat.
Oh,
Good job.
All right,
Hey,
let's
hey,
move on to our
hey,
next.
hey,
Let's move on to our next question. Ellie.
Yes,
thank
next
you.
question.
Yeah,
What are
yes.
your opinions on the so-called DT elevator problem and the groups that were able to fix it? From Aw, hey, Reddy, I see you there.
Continue.
So, by the way, we have 10 minutes left.
Oh.
Oh shoot.
Noted.
Yeah,
Very
we might
much
have to do
noted.
the other pre-scripted question after this.
We will. So, for those of you who don't know, the DT elevator problem is something that's been a reoccurring gag throughout most of the episodes, where we hop into an elevator and DT tends to phase through either the roof, the floor, even sometimes the walls, in one case at a Garteon game. And it's all due to the fact that a lot of developers don't
Well, do you?
yeah, that a lot of developers don't add welding to elevators or just have like a weird teleport thing like QSurf does. So, and that was all because DT out of all of us had like one of the worst network connections. And that's pretty much what enabled all of that nonsense to happen. And yes, there will be one of those moments in the upcoming episode.
That does remind me. I also kind of have those issues at times as well.
Guess you've inherited it.
Now, because we're running out of time here, we'll just move on to the rest of the we'll move on to the rest of the preset questions. I'll figure out how to handle anything we haven't answered at a future time. So, next question: what brought all of you to SFOB?
Oh gosh, I have a
He
whole
wouldn't let me say
monologue
no.
for this.
He actually kidnapped me. He wouldn't let me say no. No.
I super checkpoint all, and I suddenly ended up in SFOB. That's how I ended up in SFOB.
That's valid. Honestly, the way I ended up being an SFOB is back in 2020 when I was like when I was being a little small and annoying fangirl, I was like, oh my god, elevators noticed me. And well, it's safe to say elevators noticed me. And the elevator's like, yeah, here, come join SFOB. I'm like, okay, cool.
I became friends with Ellie back in like 2018, and then it kind of just became nepotism. To put it as
That's crazy
simply as possible. Well, also that, and I'm technically a core game developer, unfortunately. So I do have some technical insight on how problems in SFOB.
Sentence to the bottom pit of hell.
Yeah, you too, Sky. We're both going there.
I know. I'll see you there.
Redrick, would you like to answer this one as well?
I was just invited one day. I was just kind of talking, and then I was invited by Rose, I think, and then here I am. I'm glad to be a part of it, though. Even if, like I said, I kind of didn't know what it was prior. It's definitely
As
a cool
for LA,
group.
I think we know how LA got brought to SFOB because, well, he's the creator. And me! Oh my goodness. Okay. I apologize if this ends up taking the rest of our time, but, well, I gotta share this. So
can cut
how
into the
did
break a
I
little bit,
end up in
don't worry.
SFOB? Ironically, it's kind of interwoven with how I ended up on Roblox in the first place. I was bored watching YouTube, watching some videos about a Minecraft mod called Draconic Evolution that has this really fun reactor to blow up. And in the recommended videos was a video by GMHS melting down his game Unnamed Computer Core 2. I was curious, I clicked. In the recommended videos for that was one of Elevator's videos. I was curious, I clicked. That led me into more Roblox videos, more Pinewood Builders videos, and eventually I was like, huh, this place is cool. And I literally made a Roblox account just to check out Pinewood and all these other core games. Ran into one group, led me to meeting another group, and around 2018-ish, I ran into quantum science. And, well, that was about the time things started to really snowball because Elevators was still in the quantum administration at that time. And by some fluke of luck, I soon joined him. And that was when I started to know Elevators, but I didn't really actively get into SFOB until years later. And I just... If you had asked 2016 me if I would be sitting here on a stage in front of however many people are watching this stream and have met
about
love
200.
of my life, DT, and have also had, much like Sky, a bit of a Senpai notice me moment with Elevators, I would have probably said, as Sky would put it, get out!
I forgot I did
Well,
that.
here we are, and head blown. So, yeah, this is wow, just wow. And
I feel like
I honestly don't know what to say. This
to answer your
community
question about how many
really
people
brings
we
people
have,
together. I have half the Insider server friended right now. and know a large part of the other half. And
it really is like it's a testament. It's a testament to the fact like the way I got here was I had an idea, I put my mind to it, and I wouldn't stop no matter what anyone told me. And with putting in the work, getting places, you will meet the right people. It just sometimes it just kind of happens. So literally, all the people out there that want to start stuff like this, just go and do it, because you never know. It might hit, and then you might be at AC 25.
Yeah, and it's been a real roller coaster with its ups and downs. But if you asked me if I would do it over again, absolutely yes. I got to meet so many people, and even though I don't talk to some of them anymore, the memories are still amazing. I mean, just to give one example of how crazy things have been, name me 3 other people currently cadet rank in Pinewood security who can legitimately say they have heard the voice of Tokaisho. Oh wait.
Okay, I hate to cut you off, but we have like 4 minutes left. So
Yeah.
Ellie, I believe there's
Yes,
one more
continue.
important question that you have to touch on.
That's true. I already answered part of this at the beginning of the panel, and there are other questions that I've unfortunately have to leave unanswered, both in the script and in all 3 of the different chats, or 4 if you want to count it. We'll figure out how to answer those later, but for now, it's time to answer the other part of the when SFOB is coming out question. So, through a lot of work and having to manage my schedule and deal with other garbage in real life, I'm happy to say that the Sci-Fi Bust 4A trailer will drop next Saturday, January 4th at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah! Trailer!
Also, if Ellie doesn't drop it, he loses money.
That is true. It's in some respect.
If Ellie doesn't drop, I find where he lives.
You already know what state
whoa,
I
okay.
live in, this guy.
Okay, knowing what state you
Anyways.
live in doesn't narrow it down too much.
Anyways,
Okay.
before we get off of the stage, I also like to mention that I'm still going to keep my promise that I made in the SFOB is delayed video, where the episode will be releasing within 2 weeks of that trailer, which means the latest that Sci-Fi or Bust will release would be, let me make sure I'm doing my math here, is January 18th. So it's coming out January 2025, and I hope to see you all there.
What a week, guys!
Yeah,
Can you believe it? I got here so fast.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
Now-
who wants to have a meow off before we leave the stage?
Okay, I don't mean to be a hater, but I just want to point out the last time we got an SFOB trailer at an Astral Central event, it got delayed by a year. So, hopefully that doesn't happen this time.
But here's the thing, we're not dropping a trailer right now, so obviously it's gonna happen, because that's how luck
numbers
works.
from 1 through 10.
Oh
Only
my
3
God,
weeks,
you're not
guys!
doing that.
Can you believe it?
All right,
Guys,
anyway.
All right, everyone. That's it for the Sci-Fi or Bust panel. Oh,
Yeah, I don't think Astra can handle any more of our insanity.
all right. Thank you all for joining us.
Right on cue, someone meows.
And please join us back in the Magnitude Hall at 5:15 p.m. Eastern. That's 15 minutes from now for our next presentation by Solaris Development, the developers of a core game. We will see you all then.
Bye, everybody.
Let's dedicate this panel to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi, Bitbot
Before I
440.
go,
according to
all I
him.
see in the chat is
Solaris Development Group here begin at the Magnitude Hall in 5 minutes. Please make your way to a seat in the Magnitude Hall at this time. The Solaris Development Group keynote will begin shortly. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
I'm the current owner of Solaris Developmental Group, known for the popular A-Core game. I'd like to firstly thank Astra for his dedication towards this convention and giving me the opportunity to present today. So, really appreciate Astra for that. And if we all just give him a round of applause or whatever you want, that'd be great. I'd also like to congratulate Astral for the hard work that they've been putting into this group, which I recommend you all look at too. And just to get it out of the way, the main talking points of this presentation will be the brief history of SDG, the anticipated 0.6 update, and the future of the group. Alrighty. Let's get started with the brief history of Solaris Developmental Group, starting at my promotion to owner. Our current game, known as a core game, like I mentioned earlier, there have been roughly 5 main editions of the game, starting at version 0.05 and all the way to our current version 0.55C+, which was recently developed by our new developers and led by Saph. For most of my ownership, we have been on version 0.55 with 0.55C+ just having released, which I'll thank our amazing dev team for, like I mentioned. However, I won't forget to mention the founder and one who started it all, Justo. Justo, as many of you may know, is an amazing individual who set the foundations for this group and mostly brought it to where it is today, which most of us will never forget. I joined this group in July 2022, roughly a little bit past the pandemic, when I learned about the game through a friend playing it. I quickly rose through the ranks, becoming a moderator within roughly 3 months and becoming community manager quite a bit after. It's when I got a little bit more serious and really tried to do things that make a difference and actually help out in the community. And the day it all changed was November 7th, 2023, when Justo announced his resignation and handed the group down to me. It was on the rougher side of things at first, I will admit, but eventually things were improved. I won't dive into the specifics as that will take forever, but as a team with all the staff members, we were able to take a dying community and revive it. To be frank, there was a rough start developmental-wise, as I personally had no experience in development, and that was one of the biggest issues. While it took us a lot, trial and error, we were able to bring back speeds to what I'd call satisfactory. I will admit, I still do have a lot of learning, and the group has a lot to get better with, but I think that's how it is for all groups. As we have just inducted 3 new very talented developers to our team, we are speeding up things even more, which I'm sure a lot of people will be happy about. I'm unsure if these individuals are out in the crowd or listening, but to end on the note of SDG's history, I want to say thank you to both Justo and SPC, who was a community manager before me. He now works at Quantum Science, since they truly have shaped me as a leader. Without them, this group would not be where it is today. But not only that, they taught me a lot of things I know, and they were the people I looked up to and strived to be in the sense of leadership. So again, thank you, Justo and SPC, for shaping both this group and me. With that out of the way, I want to take a little bit to discuss 0.6, which is our anticipated update that I know a lot of people are wanting to know about. I am proud to say that while we do have a lot of progress on 0.6 completed, it's still not quite near completion. The game has gone through several iterations, with many things being redone to meet our levels of quality. 0.6 started out as what was supposed to be a smaller scale update to 0.5, like you would have saw with the updates before. However, 0.6 has truly turned into more of a different game. While it's still certainly based off our current game we have right now, you'll see that the looks have changed and there's an addition of many new features, which I'll talk about later. 0.6 just recently restarted developmental progress. We've had that on pause for a little bit. Our initial focus was to finish up our final update to 0.5, known as 0.55C+, that I was talking about earlier, and to finish the Astral booth, which we got done if you didn't see that. Now that we have that stuff out of the way, we are finally going to go back to developing 0.6, which will almost certainly be the next update you see for our game outside of bug fixes and maybe a small holiday update. 0.6 is a major upgrade to 0.5 in many ways. Even as you see in the presentation photo by itself, it looks a lot more detailed, and we try and keep our game as detailed as possible. We really believe in that. I think this update will amaze our current player base while also bringing others that maybe weren't too intrigued by our more simplistic design. I'm also happy to announce that 0.6 will be coming in several languages. I'm wanting to bring 0.6 to all possible audiences. This means manually translating the text in a variety of languages. Alongside that, atop of the few languages, we'll be getting voice actors to do voice acting for the sounds that have speaking in them, so it will be in their language. And a lot of the I want to answer the question a lot of you might be wondering, which is when will 0.6 come out? To that, my answer remains the same as normal. I'm not too sure. Everyone on our team does have an estimate, but there is no release date, and there likely won't ever be a release date. I personally do not believe in release dates unless I am certain I can guarantee it. At this time, I cannot guarantee 0.6 is released a month from now or a million years from now. The truth is, there are too many variables that come into play with this over such long periods of time, and I think other groups have. You've witnessed this in other game studios or even a movie that's been delayed due to unseen circumstances. What I can say is that 0.6 is being worked on, and we are doing our best to assure a quality update. The future of our group after 0.6 has remained a big discussion, even with current staff members. At the moment, 0.6 is our latest planned version, and we don't have any plans for new things outside of updating 0.6. Like I mentioned before, 0.6 really has become a new game, and there wouldn't be a point in releasing another game right after we release a big game like that. We hope to do content updates on 0.6 for quite a while before we work on something new, so we really want to just use that game up and not just completely throw it out the window and make another one right after. Some of you might also know our old game we were working on called Solaris Corporation Research Complex, also known as SCRC. There are also no plans to currently revive that, as we don't believe that game would necessarily fit our group or live up to the standards that we want to uphold as developers. So overall, 0.6 is the last planned creation at the moment, but don't worry, there is still definitely plenty of life left in us. With all of this being said, I would like to ask our audience if they have any questions, and I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability in the Q&A channel. Awesome. Just give me a second to look over there. And if you could bring PO up. Oh, there you are. Alrighty. Do you have any other plans for any other projects in the future? You used to have SCRC, but discontinued it so suddenly. So that's more of a... That was due to issues with developers, and this was a little bit before my time. It was with Justo. There was issues. It was led by someone named Aki, so they might be in the community, but we don't have any plans to revive that. It's definitely something we've thought about, though, but we don't think we're going to do that. After 0.6 releases, is ACG finally not going to be a meltdown simulator? Not really. I mean, we try to keep our game as best as possible. If you mean, is it more than just like thing exploding, then yeah, we totally are. We're adding additions such as like shift system. We're adding tasks around the facility. We're really trying to saturate the environment with actual things to do more than just something exploding. Next question. Sorry, someone say something? Okay. What happened to SCRC? Was it discontinued because 0.6 needed to be focused on? Like I said, it was more just internal things with Aki being gone and everything, and that was the main builder of that game. You're looking at our lore picture. Is it the fact that Robert is a god as a joke or actual fact? That is a joke. Our lore department, which I recently started up, has been making a lot. They're actually compiling a huge, I think it was like 100 pages of a reactor handbook that they're making right now, and we actually recently updated this one too, so I have to show you guys that one. But no, the Robert part is just a joke. Would 0.6 support new things like user device wise, or does 0.5 already have that too? Can you rephrase the question? If you mean like, are we going to support mobile and VR? Yeah, that's totally something I'm willing to do if that's what you're meaning. I'm big on accessibility and everyone being able to play the game that they want. And I don't want to have issues just because you're on mobile. In fact, most of the player base is on mobile, so it's important that we cater to those needs. Will there be NPCs in 0.6 and will they have voice actors? We actually did consider NPCs, but we're unsure if we're gonna do that or not. If they have voice actors, that's totally I don't think we went that far in the discussion, but we were thinking about NPCs. It's not confirmed yet though.
If
Also
anything,
look what's that?
if anything, they will maybe be added in the future, but definitely not in the current 0.6 because like we have a lot of other stuff planned and like it would probably go in the way and delay the update even more.
Yeah. The graphics needed to run 0.6, it's actually we're keeping it pretty optimized. I play my game on a MacBook and I run it perfectly fine on max graphics. So I think someone's tested it on a Chromebook and even then they're able to play it pretty well. So no, it's not going to be anything huge. And then again, you can lower the graphics and everything on the actual Roblox settings and get that. How long did the development take for the update? If you're talking about 0.55C plus, that I don't know, Pia, what was that, like 2-ish months?
A little bit more, but like the actual develop, like we literally finished the update in like 3 days right before release. We like spent day, night. We just like pulled all-nighters just to get the stupid update done, but it was worth it in the end because
Yeah,
yeah,
it definitely boosted
it paid off.
yeah. Alrighty, let me look at the next question. What was the original inspiration for ACG? I'm not the original owner, it's Justo. I don't think he ever really had one, I think.
There was an inspiration for the power lasers. You know when they are
Yeah,
starting, they like start
It was
flashing and stuff.
mostly
UPC.
okay. May I talk a bit
VP would know,
on that
yes.
fact? So I'm pretty sure there was no inspiration source. It was just a silly thing to prove someone that he can make a good game, and
Yeah.
this is what we end up with.
Yeah,
But yeah,
he just
the
told
biggest
myself. Oh, sorry, you go.
yeah, the biggest inspiration. Well, it's actually quite a funny story with the power lasers. They are actually from a very, very old model. They've been improved over time, and now this is what we have.
Yeah, we are running.
So yeah, it's to summarize. It basically started with someone telling Justo he can't build. It's that simple.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get to the next question. Is 0.6 likely to release in the next millennium? Yes, it is. I once again I have no release dates, but I'll at least give you an estimate of it releasing in the next millennium. Yes.
Yeah, this is.
How harsh is maintenance? If you mean the maintenance phase of like the reactor, PO is making that, so he'd have to speak on that.
Hold on, what? I need to
I
find this.
they're wanting to know how harsh maintenance, like the phase is when you get in the reactor mode, I think.
Well, it will definitely be not like QServe because we are not trying to replicate QServe here. We are trying to actually do something unique. But it will be like, I don't know, like you will engage maintenance and then you will have to like go into the chamber. And let's say that the power lasers themselves have like their own room at the back of the chamber where you can like refuel them one by one. And the stabilization lasers have like their own rooms where you put the different fuel mixture into them.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
yeah. And then you will have to like test the components and stuff to make sure everything is working fine. If the reactor got significant damage from like power surges or something like that, you will have to fix that. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Let's look at the next question. Oh, lost it. What is the plans after 0.6 for ACG? Will there be a 0.7? Honestly,
No.
it's just so far into the future that we don't know because I want to keep 0.6 and give it a ton of content updates, really let it thrive. I don't want to just make it and then start building a new game and give you guys something that doesn't have updates. Because that's one of the issues. We really want to focus on one thing at a time. How much of the update do we oh, sorry, skip that question. What do you think is the most impressive thing to come 0.6? To me personally, I really think it's the attention to detail and just the new look. That's one of the things that I love about our current game. It's just the visual effects and everything are amazing, but this new update really just pushes it to its limits and it just looks so great thanks to our developers. How much of the update have you already made? I mean, we make new plans often, so it's hard to say. We have stuff done. I'm not gonna like tell you we're not doing anything. We have stuff done, but it's just so much that I can't really give you an exact percentage or something. Is there any PC requirements for the new update? I mean, no, not. I mean, it's not like Steam. If you can run Roblox, you can run the game. But I'd recommend. I mean, a Chromebook might not run it the best, but you can definitely play the game on an average computer or phone or whatever. Would this include console support too? Like Xbox and PS4, PS5? Yeah, I want to do that as well. So, especially for a game like ours, I mean, there's definitely games where it's harder to make that console support, but because ours is more simpler and isn't so much
Well,
moving around and everything, we should get console support.
But, well, it will definitely be like much easier to implement console support than implementing stuff on like VR or some stuff like that because like
Yeah, that's a whole different story. Even then,
for
emulating
Xbox, you
VR
just
requires
yeah
two
for
mouses.
Xbox you just need to like change the keybinds and like stuff and like that's literally it. That's all you need to do.
At
And
least.
actually,
Yeah.
So you wanna know what's good? Roblox have recently released emulating a controller, so like it should be easier for us to be able to implement the console support.
yeah.
Alrighty. Isn't SCRC the same thing as 0.6? No, they are two
No.
separate games, two separate ideas. So yeah.
But there was one thing basically. SCRC actually used to be the first 0.6. Like this
Yeah.
was actually this used to be the actual 0.6 until it basically became its own game because of how
Yeah.
different it used to be. And 0.6 was restarted from scratch and SCRC became its own game.
Yeah. As someone who wants to join the staff team, we just recently closed like all our applications. I'd recommend you stay in, look for in a few months. I don't think there'll be any open soon. Will there
Yeah,
ever
that's
be
like the
game
worst
passes?
the worst timing you can ask that.
Yeah. Will there ever be game passes for events? No. I'm not really big into dev products to just like trigger events, so no, we won't
Yeah,
really
we're
be.
not Q-Surf. Well,
Yeah.
not any. Yeah, that was probably a bad idea to mention that, but like, yeah, we want free to play to be much better compared to. Well, it should be as good as pay to win. So like, yeah.
Yeah, I do want to try and make a little bit more money just so our devs can get reward and stuff, but that won't come in forms of like events. It'll be more game passes and things like that. Are the fan shafts still in 0.6? Yes, I think so. Are there consequences for begging for 0.6? No. There's not really. Just don't spam it. It just
This
gets
is really a
annoying.
meme at this point.
Why a ball core and power lasers? I think most games have power lasers, don't they?
I mean, that's how it started off after all.
Yeah.
In fact, it actually started as a neon ball. And then
Yeah.
eventually we just upgraded it to particles.
Yeah. All right.
And now it
if
actual
there's-
it actually now the reactor has like actual logic. It went from a stupid bulker to like something with actual logic.
Yeah. If there's voice acting, can you hire Gianni? I'm not taking direct applications here, but I am looking for voice actors in the future. So if you really want to, you can reach out to me and I'll keep you in mind. Is the entire back end of the game being redone from the ground up again? But Pio would have to. There's talk about that.
Yeah, there's usually all that. I mean, mostly the code base is actually working, but like it is pretty hard to maintain. So
Yeah, the issue we came across is regen. So we can't regenerate the game correctly without teleporting people into a new server and then teleporting them back, unless we want to redo the code base and stuff.
yeah, that's the biggest burden we have to witness so far.
The worst part is I've already known about this issue for months, but like it was way too late. It was already all converted to this new framework. And the worst thing is the developer that like made this framework is fired now, so like there is no one to
Yeah.
tell us how to meant to be, built on.
So we're kind of on our own.
We are just gonna make a new framework. Maybe not even a framework, just a free runner script code base.
Yeah.
you're
What is
gonna-
the philosophy behind ACG catering to young players and more simple mechanics? Why not age up the target audience by including more complex mechanics, but not to the point of RBWR or QSurf complexity? Honestly, it's more just because when you establish something and you already have that audience, it's a lot easier to keep an audience rather than shift. We are totally aiming up at them, but we still want to keep our foundations and everything. Like we don't want to just ditch our current fan base, and that'd be terrible. But yeah, we are adding some more complex things to help cater to those needs, but overall the simple mechanics will stay. I might actually tease something with more complex stuff, so look for that. Are you sure you want to add console support because console players can't listen? I mean, that kind of goes back to the talk of private servers, so we always offer those for free, and if console players or mobile players or whatever don't want to deal with the other person, those are always free. In fact, most of our players play on private servers. When you'll look at the players online, it'll be like 100, and you'll look at the servers and you only see like 20 players in, and just be everyone else in the private server.
Well, technically, about this chat stuff, we can't just modify it to make it so it actually does appear on the console. But like, chatting using a gamepad is probably like, or a joystick is probably like the worst thing you can
Yeah,
use
it's a
to try
nightmare.
and chat. Yeah, so I don't think that.
Maybe that's why they didn't actually bother with that.
Yeah, I mean, just connect the keyboard to your Xbox and it will just give you chat access. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Will there ever be a developer intern program? For Solaris, I mean, we occasionally have contractor things, but we aren't really doing a developer intern program. But knowing how great this community is, there's definitely people out there that would totally help you and be willing to teach you. If console support was to get added, could there be a separate Xbox game? No, we wouldn't do that. It'd be in the same thing.
That sounds really not. It just doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
Why would you just take the game that works perfectly fine on that? Well, why would you move a game that works perfectly fine on the console to a different game? It just, yeah, this seems like pointless in my opinion. It's best to just add a support on top of that, and then it will work fine.
I think your examples of like Phantom Force and stuff, I mean, those are first-person shooters, so that's more of just like an advantage type thing, playing on a computer versus console, and they're just such different games. So I mean, it's a different comparison.
Yeah, if
How
yeah,
does
if who will go first?
I'll go. How does the 0.6 reactor generate electricity? That's more kind of just decided by our lore department. I mean, I really love them. I hire them. They're two really great guys. They do a good job. It's Galactum and Greatest Comrade, and they're the
you
ones.
forgot Neil.
Oh yeah, and yeah.
Yeah, they are responsible for what does reactor does what.
Yeah. But they haven't decided that yet. No. I might go in the reactor manual. Who knows? What made Justo, you, or any other owner make ACG what inspired it?
This was
if you-
already answered.
yeah.
Well,
I mean, I'll do it quick. I mean,
Mhm.
just for me personally, I look at other games. I always try and see what improves. I have a personal vision for the game, and I try and duplicate myself onto others and get what I want out of that. It not sounds bad, but like I bring my vision to the others, and we kind of just build upon it from there, and we just plan together and get that stuff. Let's see. Can you ensure that there won't be any more major organizational changes, ownership that would disrupt development in the long term, considering your scale of your developmental team? Yeah. So I've owned the group for a little bit, or no, actually getting close to 2 years now. I think. Don't quote me on that. And I plan on staying, so I don't think there will be any more major organizational changes. So at the moment, no, I don't think there's gonna be any issues with that. I plan to stay and help the group as much as I can. Will the 0.6 events be revamped? The current 0.6 meltdown, the dev place seems somewhat empty compared to the chaotic energy in the 0.55 C plus when a meltdown's going on. I mean, the
Yeah.
meltdown's not done, and
Yeah, I mean, the one that I've shown multiple times on dev streams and other events, or like during the release of 0.55 C+, that's like a base meltdown that I made just to like see what I can do with 0.6. And the actual meltdown that's gonna be in 0.6 is currently planned by Matrix, who is sitting to my right in table 6. I don't know if he's there, but yeah. And basically I'm like rescripting the entire thing to make it more interesting, have more stuff, make it more dynamic, you know.
Yeah, we're kind of aim for making events more dynamic, not very scripted.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and get the last few minutes done. We have 3 minutes left, so I'll try and rapid fire these questions. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. Will most events that we've seen in 0.5, 0.55C, and other versions be re-implemented in a certain way to 0.6, Project Boron, etc.? It really depends on the event. We are trying to get as much as that changed, but we also want to add new things, and we don't just want to like copy and paste the game. But yeah, we totally do want to bring in some of that stuff.
From my perspective, it kind of boils down to if the creator of such event wants to do that. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna answer the last questions. That'll be all. What do you seek in developers? Me personally, I don't look as much in skill as I look in personal qualities of human being. You can be the greatest developer ever, but if you can't talk with a human being or uphold that type of stuff, then you really can't work in a team. So I really seek teamwork, creativity, all that type of stuff because like I said before, you might be the best developer in the world, and that just won't matter much if you can't work in a team. So that's a big thing for me. All right. I think that's gonna finish off our Q&A. I wanna thank Astro, the group, and Astra in specific for this great opportunity.
Okay. May I say something last?
Sure.
So it's been nice to meet everyone, and yeah, it definitely wasn't an easy year, and I hopefully everyone will spend it nice with their families, and yeah. So thank you guys for giving us this opportunity on this keynote, and to end it all, I'm just gonna donate 1,000 Robux. That's it.
Yep. Thank you. I will hand it back to Astra now. Thank you.
I would also like to thank you all for letting us have this opportunity to talk about our current progress on development and other stuff. And to also answer your questions about 0.6 and other stuff, you know.
Now, don't go anywhere. because starting like literally right now, as soon as these guys walk off stage and we get our next presenters on, is the Base Tools Corporation keynote, presented by Tools Dev, Neo Rush, and Ghastly Gas.
The Base Tools Corporation keynote will begin shortly. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
I told him not.
And now, please welcome Mr. Tools Developer, owner of Base Tools Corporation, to the stage.
Hello, Astral Central from this year. Wait, can you hear me all? Wait, give me a second, real quick. All right, can you hear me now? All right. Anyways, hello, Astral Central from this year. I am the owner of Base Tools Corporation. And today I am going to answer most of your questions about your projects. But before we start, for those who don't know what Base Tools is, Base Tools Corporation is a small group of people that love creating high quality and fun experiences. And one of them is Hywel's Atomic Research Site, which I know it has some funny intentional acronym. It's literally BD Wars, like I don't know, a Wars game. Anyways, I know that some of you are wondering what is going on with the map expansion update from Hywel's Atomic Research Site, and why we haven't posted any sneak peek from it. But we will answer that question in a few minutes, since obviously if we do that right now, this presentation will only last like 5 minutes. So anyways, before we continue, I would like to give a warm welcome to two of my most incredible people behind everything we do. Please join me, welcome me, my amazing assistants, Ghastly and Nediah Trash. So yeah, I really thank Ghastly and Nediah for helping me on this presentation, which it's something that I really appreciate from both of you being here. Anyways, we are going to talk about what we are going to do on this presentation. Now Ghastly and Nediah are going to take over about the content that we will be talking about.
Thanks, Tools. Alright, let's get straight to it. In today's keynote, we're going to cover a few key things. First off, Tools is going to talk about the history of base tools, how it all started, and the journey we've been on to get here. Then we're going to dive into the map expansion update and give you the scoop on what's new, some of the challenges we face and are facing while working on it, and how we think it'll make the game better. After that, we will talk about what we're working on right now, our current plans, and what is coming next. We are also going to talk about the future and share some ideas about where we're heading and what cool stuff we're hoping to bring you soon.
And to finish things off, we'll do a live question and answer session. That's where all of us will be here to answer any questions you have got, so please don't hold back. We're excited to hear what's on your mind. Conversation. Thank you.
So, alright, we are now talking about Base Tools history right now. So, Base Tools Corporation surged during the beginning of the pandemic in 2020 for fun purposes and for trying something new in my life. My journey with Roblox Studio started at the same time as I created Base Tools, which, to be honest, is a difficult thing to do. You don't have any previous knowledge about you want to start with a big project. And yeah, I must say that Pinewood Builders and Innovation Incorporated inspired me to start with this journey. And I'm really thankful to meet both of those groups. Without them, this group wouldn't exist. But returning to the point, I was originally the only person that worked on Base Tools back then, and I had a small group of friends that loved to play and test the group projects with me. Although they didn't know anything about development, they were a really big help for me, since they loved to share their ideas and suggestions with me, and I really enjoyed to include what they thought that could improve our roleplay sessions and small events. And that's how I quickly started to get better with Roblox Studio in general and improved my creativity and building skills. Everything was like this until I decided that it was time to do something bigger for Base Tools. And that's the part where I created one of my favorite projects called Base Tools Central Nuclear Fusion Complex. And yes, I'm aware that's a really long title. So this is the project which I consider that took part of most of my journey as a developer, and where I started to learn things faster than previous months. As you can see on this slide, there was a massive improvement, especially in visual stuff. During those months, I got inspired from groups like Cobalt Science, Techno Science, Groundwork Tech Research, and some others from this era of this career. Returning straight to the point, I used to get really good feedback and comments from other groups, which kept me motivated to continue working on this project. And yeah, after some time that I got those comments from people like from QS on other servers, I thought that it was time to do some small project that people could play, and where I could showcase my skills as a developer. And that project was Wilson Atomic Research Site. The development of this project was a new challenge for me, since I hadn't published any new project before, and I was a little worried if people will like it or not. But after all, I think that most of you liked it, right? Yeah, I know it still needs a big improvement, but for those who didn't really enjoy it a lot. But well, I got some incredible support from this, especially by Hip Innovators with his video, which got a decent amount of visits. And that made me feel so motivated to make a big update for the game. For this, I knew that I will need help for this one, since it will be a very exhausting task for me to make it from my own. So I started to look for a dev team, where Knight decided to help me looking for people, and that's where most of them joined us. Like people like Canada Productions, Gasly, and later on Tenet and Axel. And yeah, of course, STM will join our team. During this time, everything was going good in the development of the update until our affiliate Cosmic Science announced their award ceremony. And yeah, we decided to participate on it. We started doing good progress during the first week, since we only had to do a banner that would have been showing the scenario during the event. But after doing this, it was time to do the boot, that we will show in the event. I thought that it was going to be an easy task, but I didn't have any good ideas for it. After some work, it ended being looking at gas station looking boot, which of course I thought that nobody will like it, and I didn't like how it ended looking. So I decided to remake it with the help of Ghastly, Knight, and Canada, which this time the boot will look like an old theater from the 50s or 60s. Since I got inspired from Michael Jackson, this is it, Smooth Criminal intro. And yeah, we expect to return to the update development after completing this boot and the banner, until Ghastly notified me that there was going to be an even more massive event happening in the community. And yeah, that event was the Astral Central from last year. And honestly, most of us were tired, including me, after working on the Cosmic boot, but we ended up deciding to make another boot for this event. For this event boot, we decided to include the Tools bot as an assistant for people that may visit this boot, which is basically the same thing that we did this year. And for this boot we included the whole group history in there. This boot development was faster than the Cosmic one, since it only took us like 2 or 3 weeks if I remember well. But the only thing that I hated from this boot was the elevator thing that we made, since it had a lot of breaking glitches when we were scripting it. And for finishing the group history segment for the Cosmic Sign Reflection Awards event, we won the Best Affiliate of the Year award, and for Astral Central 2023, we won the 4th place in the Best Boot category.
And that's how we conclude with the group history segment of the keynote. We tried to make everything as quick as possible since we still need to talk about the map expansion update and other important stuff. And here we go, Knight.
All right, so now we're diving into the map expansion update situation, a topic we know many of you have been eagerly waiting for. This update has been one of the most anticipated additions to our game, and today we want to address it with full transparency. First of all, we've decided to move the expansion update content into another game, but hold on. Before you jump to conclusions, let me explain behind this tough decision and what it means for the future of. The first reason is something as we developers don't talk about: motivation. Working on the same project for such a long time can become draining, especially when it involves creating something as massive and this expansion. We're always striving to deliver exciting and innovative. And honestly, we've reached a point where it's hard to keep that spark alive, while staying true to our vision. The second reason revolves around we realized that smaller, more frequent updates would not only compensate for the long wait, but also allow us to keep the game fresh and engaging over. This approach lets us maintain your interest while giving us the opportunity to hear your feedback and ideas. We want you to feel like an active part of the game's evolution, and releasing smaller updates makes that possible. And now the last and most significant reason is the scope of the map expansion update itself. To put it simply, it grew into something much bigger than we ever intended. It wasn't just an update, it became a complete overhaul of the game. We're talking about redesigned gameplay mechanics, improved model quality, entirely new features, and a world so expansive it felt like a different game altogether. And while this might sound crazy from a player's perspective, for us developers it became overwhelming. Creating something of this scale in a single update is incredibly challenging. It's like developing a whole new game. We had to take a few steps back and acknowledge that pushing ourselves to finish this could lead to burnout, and that's not the kind of energy we bring into. We completely understand that this might feel disappointing, especially after such long wait. Trust us, this wasn't an easy decision for us. But hear this out, moving the map expansion update content doesn't mean we're giving up on content back. In fact, we're taking a different approach, one that we believe will be better for both you and us. We're focusing on smaller and more manageable. We can ensure that the best parts of the map expansion update, some of the mechanics, visuals, and the gameplay, will still make their way into the original, just in a way that feels right for everyone. We want to make sure that every addition we bring to the game is polished, enjoyable, and worth the look. So while the map expansion update we originally planned may not happen, we're not saying goodbye to the ideas, creativity that inspire. We're just embracing a different way to share them with you. Thank you.
Alright, so now we're going to cover the last important section of the keynote. We're going to talk about the future of base tools. First and most importantly, we want to announce a big decision that is going to shape our future as a group. After careful consideration and countless discussions, we have decided to move out of the sci-fi community in 2025. This means we'll no longer create reactor core games or participate in events like this one. In fact, this keynote is the final participation as Base Tools Corporation in a sci-fi community event. The reason we left the sci-fi community is because we feel like this game genre has already reached a point where there is not really anything new to offer and innovate with, and this clashes with our idea of always trying to bring out fresh and innovative things to our project. So that's why we decided on stepping into new places and finding the right territory where we can release projects that we have in mind. For this important transition, we will create a new group called Base Tools Interactive. We will slowly be releasing the content from the map expansion update in a new game series called the Isotopia Project. These game series are going to be focused on the story of a nuclear and technology dedicated company where the player may discover their good and bad side with immersive and challenging experiences. The Isotopia projects will have unique features that will make them special between each other, mostly like the gameplay, the visual design, and we expect to release the following games, but we may change the list or scrap some of them. First, the Isotopia Project Decay, the Isotopia Project Thermality, the Isotopia Project Nexus, and the Isotopia Project Recover. By next year, we expect to release Thermality and Recover after moving on to Base Tools Interactive, which we might do in June or July. We must say that this isn't the only game we're going to work on after moving out of the community. We would also like to explore new game genres such as horror, story, adventure, survival, and more. Most of these games will be small, depending on the amount of support we get as Base Tools Interactive. We would also like to host events like developer competition, community member awards, art competitions, and many more, but nothing as big as this, where we would really like to have the community to be a part of them. However, with the time we have left in the sci-fi community, this is what we're going to do. We are going to update the Wilson Atomic Research site until we think that there's not really much left to do. We don't have a date for this, but it might be around March or April when we end BT Wars' support. These updates will upgrade the gameplay design, improve the game's visuals and style, and we will try to make it a fun and enjoyable game. For the next year, we have been thinking on remastering and releasing our old project, Central Nuclear Fusion Complex, in a playable state, since the development of it was never completed and Mr. Tools really wants to publish this project before our retirement. And lastly, we're going to archive all Base Tools Corporation projects in a single game, the Base Tools Corporation Historical Hub. This game will take the place of the Base Tools Donation Hub game in our old Roblox group page. This game will be a general archive of our old projects and also have a museum for everything we've done in the past, and will explain all our previous eras of development. This is what we are going to offer to the sci-fi community. Beyond this, there aren't going to be any new features for those games besides bug-fixing updates. We invite you to join us on this new journey when we move out of the sci-fi community, which we know might not be the same sort of we might not make games that are the same sort of games you play, but we ask you to give us and the games a chance. Now we're going to do the Q&A.
All right, so now we are going to do the question and answer section of the keynote. So please, we ask you to send us your questions about Base Tools Corporation. All right.
All right, Tools, are you ready to start answering questions?
let's wait 10 seconds. Let's wait 10 seconds. Let's wait some seconds, and yeah, we will start answering.
All right, you should be able to find the questions in the AC24 Q&A thread.
Yeah. All right. Some seconds. Let's give this some seconds. All right, let's start. I will answer this question first. So after the next question, could you answer, Gasly? All right. First question. Is shutdown gonna be made harder, and will controls complexity gonna increase in the future updates? Yeah, we're going to increase reactor controls on the next update after Christmas one. We're expecting to release an update where we improve our reactor controls and everything related to reactor events and yeah, reactor stuff. All
Yeah,
right,
you ready? Okay, so do you have plans to add some sort of warhead or contingency plan to the game? I think it would be interesting to see something of that asset in the style of base tools. No, we don't have plans to add a warhead or anything like that, since we're trying to not go with the conventional norms like that. Like, since we find that a bit boring in gameplay design wise.
All right, I'm gonna answer this question. Lore-wise, when do BD Wars and the other games take place? Also, is it going to be standard Big Evil Monopoly lore or something else? Well, about BD Wars, it's set in 2003, and the other game is set in 2070. And yeah, about lore, we are thinking on doing a sort of Big Evil Monopoly, but not really like that. Like, I mean, with this, I mean that it's going to be kinda like a Big Evil Monopoly mixed with some good side of the company lore. Right. Like,
All right.
Gasly,
Could
could
we
you
have
answer next?
Knight answer one?
Yeah. Knight, could you answer this one?
The name one.
Yes.
Well, the name, I'm not really sure. I think with the name one, you should definitely ask Tools because he's the big mastermind behind the name idea.
All right. Okay, so to be honest, okay, I'm gonna read this question first. Was the name Base Tools based off something like inspirational, or it was a creative name idea? So about the Base Tools name, where it came from, it's personally a creative name idea. Since to be honest, when I was thinking about creating this group, I was with my dad discussing about our Roblox group name. Yeah, it sounds kind of funny, but it was like that. All right, next question.
Yeah.
Right, you wanna
What's your
answer this,
guys'
Knight?
plan for? Yeah, what's your plan? What's your guys' plan for the Base Tools title long term?
Wait, we missed one.
long-term plan. Which one? Where?
Tokens. Sorry, not anarchies. Well, are you guys turning into BBI 2.0? No. All right, you can go to the next one, Knight.
Yeah. So from Token one, what's your guys' plan for the Base Tools title long term? Yeah, as we said, we plan on making a new group and doing just new stuff, just not in the sci-fi community itself, or just not doing core games anymore. Because our main thought behind it is just that with all the new core games that are popping up, the main big idea behind it, we want to try some new stuff.
Can really hear you.
All right, I'm answering Nawal's question. At some point, they will implement a type of translation within the game. Yeah, we might implement some official translation from the game because the automatic translation Roblox system is bad, you know. All right, next question.
All right. Unfortunately, I am actually going to have to cut you off here. we've got to get prepared for our special event, which is starting, I believe, in 5 minutes. Thank you all for your time. You guys did a great job, and again, you.
Right. Before ending this, we may answer those questions in a video with Knight, in an interview. But this is going to be later uploaded in our YouTube channel. Anyways, now returning back to our keynote, that's basically everything from Bezos Corporation. It has been a really long journey where we have learned a lot of things as a team, a journey full of challenges during the development and management of our group, a journey with very good memories with people, and considerable good personal achievements from me. But it's almost time to finally end this journey and start with a new one. And for concluding this keynote, I must thank Astra for giving us the chance to do this presentation, and everyone who has inspired me and supported me during this really long time working on this group. This is something that I really appreciate from you all. Thank you.
Sure, could you give me a second? My mic's kind of broken. Oh, never mind. It's fixed.
Thank you, Base Tools. You did a good job.
Can someone kick me off the stage?
Yeah, okay, give me a second. But don't go anywhere because we have our special event beginning in just a few minutes.
Well, it's about time we got this started. You got the access panel?
Yep, let's keep going. Keep them entertained while this gets going, would you?
Hello, Astral Central 2024. I have not come to make an announcement or reveal anything, much to your dismay, I'm sure. But instead, we're here to do a pretty simple job. We hope you don't mind us pushing a few buttons. As for my recommendation, I would suggest that you simply sit back and enjoy the show. Hey, Elena, did you finish that keypad up yet?
Not quite. The stupid code isn't working.
Well, I can't exactly stall for much longer. Hurry up.
Okay.
Nabla Corporation Control System online. Borealis Engine Control Mainframe activated.
Hey, you forgot to arm the warhead.
Oh, right. Let me do that real quick. Let's see. 5, 33, 41, 18. Ah, must have misclicked.
You suck at this. Move. Let me do it.
Hey!
Alright. 5, 33, 41, 18. There we go.
Hope you enjoy watching the countdown. Now please be a good audience and try not to interrupt.
Maybe putting a warhead in the convention with a bunch of people who all have experience disarming warheads isn't the brightest idea?
It'll be fine, just give it 5 minutes.
Borealis engine armed. Detonation in T-minus 5 minutes. Manual override system is now available.
I don't know how, but those two somehow planted and armed a warhead that we've now detected underneath the lunar field. Luckily, we know how long we have until it detonates, but 5 minutes is not a lot of time. By the looks of it, there's 50 shutdown buttons we need to press, one in front of each showcase booth. Get to it, everyone.
Borealis engine control systems unlocked. Detonation timer extended by 10 minutes. Gallery termination pylons now available.
Job's not done yet. Those buttons just unlock the control pylons, but now we need to unlock the control room. Head to each of the pylons and get solving what's on their panels. Once we get all 5, we can shut this thing down.
These guys are trying harder than I thought they would. Whatever happened to being a good audience? HQ is not going to like the video report for this.
If you're ever going to edit it.
What? Just trust me on this one, alright?
Talk about SFOB, or whatever that theory you were making was called.
Okay, well I don't see you edit.
Danger. Unknown error detected within Stage 2 fuel tank. Stage 2 fuel level decreasing. Attempting to diagnose. Extending detonation timer by 3 minutes. Borealis engine system manual disconnects are now available.
Almost there, guys. Just one more thing to do. Head into the control room underneath the lunar field and flip all 5 of the manual disconnects.
Manual
That should shut this
disconnects
thing down once and
activated.
for all.
Attempting to terminate detonation sequence. Termination successful. Borealis engine disarmed. Detonation sequence has been cancelled.
Huh. Color me impressed. I can't believe that thing didn't go off. But at least I got some good footage. Yelena, let's extract before we get detained.
Right. Wait, I think you forgot to remove your lens cap.
Did? You have got to be kidding.
You guys actually pulled it off. I cannot thank you enough for saving the show. There would have been so much paperwork to do if that thing actually went off. Legal is gonna hate me for not finding this thing in the first place, though. Well, either way, we have a show to put on. Stay tuned for the next presentation. And that was our special event. We hope you enjoyed it. I am definitely going to be dealing with a lot of paperwork for that one, but I thank you to our insiders for literally saving the show. I have no idea that was even there. Genuinely, I'm pretty sure the special event was supposed to be a GRC release date. Must have stolen the spotlight. Literally. Anyways, our next presentation after this will be at 6:45 p.m. on the Origin stage for the Astral Industries staff Q&A. So until then, we'll be taking a quick intermission. Thank you.
Astral Industries staff Q&A session will begin on the Origin stage in 5 minutes. Please make your way to the Origin stage at this time.
All right, come on out, everyone. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Astra, founder here of Astral Industries, and welcome to the Astral Industries staff Q&A session. This is a Q&A session, just like the other ones that we have seen in various other presentations throughout the night. Now, this presentation is about Astral as a group and anything that isn't Polaris Media related. So save your questions about AC24 or anything related to Astral Central for the next presentation. Now, looks like we've already got some questions going, but before we start answering them, I'd like to introduce everyone else here. So, starting to my right is Scorch. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello, I am Underscorched, and I am a developer for Astral, and I'm even coming through. Hold on.
Yeah, you are. You're coming through.
Yeah, I am a developer for Astral. I'm also a lead for Polaris, but that's not related right now. I don't know what else to say. Reasoner, I guess you can introduce yourself now.
Okay. Hi, I am Driesner2. I am a newer member of the Astral staff team, only around a year now. I am a supporting developer and a voice actor for Astral. I'll pass it over to TC now.
I'm TC. I am a supporting dev in game design for Astral, and yeah, I'll pass it to Rabbit.
Hi, I'm Rabbit. I'm one of the newest members of the Astral team and Polaris along with it. I joined originally as a graphic designer working at Polaris, but over time I've gradually moved more to a generalist state, working on a large variety of areas around developing for the groups.
All right, yeah. Some of those roles may not seem pretty straightforward, like what's a supporting developer? Or, well, I guess to answer that question, a supporting developer is a staff member of Astral who doesn't work directly with Roblox Studio, which is the software used to make Roblox games. So in TC's case, they are a game designer, so they help come up with concepts and gameplay mechanics for our projects in order to allow us to, well, have better games. And even though they don't work directly in studio, they're still a very valuable member of our team. Now, it's time to start answering some questions, so I'll go ahead and start picking some out, if I can find the correct channel. All right. First up, from Kerbix, when are we still going to see Galileo Research Complex getting released? Now, this is a pretty tricky question. If you were here for the Solaris development keynote, I personally agree with what No Doubt said about not believing in release dates. There are 10 bajillion, whatever. There's an infinite amount of variables that you have to account for when making a game, and until you're absolutely certain something's going to come out, we cannot give a release date. And even then, things change sometimes. So moving on. I'm just trying to find some good questions here. So from Toucan Dev, will GRC have a security team? Scorch, I'll let you take this one.
Most likely not, considering there's a lot of factors that go into this, and we don't want to have Comet and all that. There's not exactly much else I can say directly. Astra is better tailored to answer that, but yeah, there will not really be a security team for Galileo Research Complex.
Yeah, to build on Scorch's point, we don't plan to have any security or raider teams inside of GRC, primarily because it just doesn't fit with the style of gameplay we want to have. Galileo is meant to be a fun, educational, and almost relaxing game in a way, and having combat teams would drastically shift that gameplay towards a more hostile and chaotic state, which I believe would take away from some of the benefit of having like educational experiences within our games. Now, let's see. Trying to find some questions that some of our other staff can answer, engaged. Actually, yeah. Oh, wow, okay. So I'll answer this one from Anarchy Skyline. Where is GRC set? Does the local government have any say in GRC's operations or limitations? Now, Galileo Research Complex takes place in the northern part of the United State of Georgia, primarily because I just really like the environment around there. There's a lot of really cool forests and mountain areas that I believe make a great setting for GRC. And as in the universe that Astral takes place in, I'm sure that the local government, whether it be state government of Georgia, U.S. government, has some kind of say in how GRC operates, like regulations. I'm sure there's probably some grants in the lore rewrite we're gonna do eventually. All right, Scorch, you were working on archive stuff, so I'll pass this one to you. From someone named Apollo. Kind of random, but is there any chance that the ERH 2.0 archive will be opened when GRC is released? George?
Well, I have been intermittently working on a central Astral Archives Playz. I have no estimates for when that will be released or anything, as like it's really been slow to intermittent at best that I've been working on it, but it will exist eventually, and that will include ERH 2.0 as well as ERH 1.0 and even Origins, and as well as probably OVPS that as well.
Yeah, the eventual Astral Archives game will have all of our previous titles, as Scorch mentioned, which includes our first game, Off-Road Energy Production Site, all three versions of Energy Research Hub being Origins 1.0 and the Unfinished 2.0. And then if we end up releasing Galileo, which we will eventually, well, potentially any beta versions will be placed in there also. Next up, from I believe that is pronounced Lonix V. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Any tips to developers who want to make a reactor game but don't know how to make some things? My advice would be to just start tinkering around in studio and just learn. A lot of people are really like stuck in on the mindset of, oh, I have to release a thing. I have to create this one specific thing, and I must do it now, even if they don't have the skills for it. My advice is to take it slow and never start your journey as a game developer with your dream project. Always start small. Just make a couple simple games, something you can knock out in a week or a month, and then as you make these projects, you'll get to start learning the experience that you need to actually work on these larger projects. So, for example, Off-Road Energy Production Site, which was Astral's first sci-fi game, was made all the way back in like August of 2020 or June 2020. And it was not a very good game, but the important thing is that we learned from it. And throughout the 4 years since then, we have greatly improved our development skills, and now we're to the point where we have this massive convention center with so many different booths, presentations, everything. So it's about a slow and steady process. Also, tutorials are really nice. We heard earlier during a couple different presentations that groups like Nano Quantum Tech and Bunker Bravo Interactive will be putting out sci-fi genre-specific tutorials, which I believe are going to be really cool. I had that idea like a couple of years ago, but I never really got through with it. So definitely go check those guys out if you're looking to learn.
I think one thing I'd wish to add also is don't really expect to finish a monumental project by yourself. It would be cool if you could, but there's only so many things you can be really good at. So at some point, you are going to have to start looking out for other people who can help out with places you're more weak at. But at the same time, if you just hire 10 or so people, then you're not really going to get anywhere, because it'll turn more into a case of trying to manage the people over trying to manage the product.
Yeah, it's a classic too many chefs in the kitchen situation. You have to make sure that everyone on your team is one knows what they're doing, and two is like passionate about what they're doing. Because honestly, a lot of people go into game development with the idea that, oh, I'm gonna make a ton of money off of this, or like I want to get on the front page and be really popular. But if you start thinking about that, that's gonna blind you from what makes a game good. It needs to be fun, and it needs to be something that you would enjoy. So, honestly, my advice, if you're trying to make a game, just make something you enjoy. A lot of the best games come out of nowhere. Take Fish back when it first released, for example. It's just a guy making a fishing game. Look where it ended up now. I mean, there's a lot of really cool things that you can do if you just create a world and create a game that you're passionate about. So I guess that would be my best advice. TC, I'll pass this one to you. Does a developer have to follow the norms of a genre?
In my opinion, absolutely not. It really depends on what you have a vision for, and sometimes a break from the genre is something that's really needed. Like, we have a lot of games that are the same formula, and some newer games, like, for example, The Reactor by Hyford, differentiating from that formula brings a huge, like, spark of creativity and very unique games. And yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point too. I mean, that was inspiration was the entire theme of last year's Astral Central, with the whole light of inspiration refracting through a prism of perspectives to give a vibrant spectrum of possibilities. Man, I'm surprised I still have that memorized. But getting inspired from different projects and taking what you like from those games and learning and building off of them, that's a great way to see how you could create a nice looking game. Next up from Kerbix, any chance we could see public recruitment anytime soon? We closed recruitment a couple months ago, primarily because we wanted to avoid dealing with the stress of hiring and just solely focus on getting Astral Central 2024 ready and out. However, now that AC24 is almost over, and we're going to be shifting our focus back to Galileo Research Complex, we might reopen applications for some specific roles, especially builders. If you're good at building, send me a DM if you want to work for Astral, because yeah, we desperately need some. That's not an insult to anyone else. I just tend to not like my own build style. So sometimes we get stuck in an endless cycle of building and then scrapping and building and scrapping. Yeah. All right, let's see what else. From Bloxer Boy Radio Events, I'm working on a core game, but I'm not familiar with Lua, and I don't have the budget for professional help. What do you think I should do? I want to get into building. Well, take inspiration, practice, and build. That's my 3-step process. First, take inspiration. There's a lot of really cool speed build videos. I don't remember exact channel names, but I know there's a lot of YouTube channels that their entire thing is just posting videos about them building things in a time lapse. And so seeing the process behind building rather than just the product can also help you learn how to build. Then you just need to practice. Just build and build and build. Even if it's not for your own game, just build random things. Like build a box, build a fuel cell, build a random gallon drum or something. Just keep building stuff, and as you keep building, you'll develop the muscle memory, and you'll develop increased skills that will allow you to eventually get up to where you want to be. And Chetsky in the game chat makes a good point. Use reference images. It's not cheating to use a reference image. So if you're looking to build something specific, just look up Google an image of it and then see, and then like try to analyze it to see how it works out. Let's see. What else do we got? From Festive Jacob, do you have any upcoming features / announcements for Astral in 2025? Stay tuned for the Resonance Awards. That's all I'll say. Let's see. From Intellix, will GRC have the specific robot that one may or may not be named after a certain planet in the solar system? Chat, what do we think? Yes, GRC will have the Mercuries. I'm surprised that's even a question. Because those Mercuries were made for GRC in the first place. You'll be able to use them to deliver cargo and equipment throughout the facility. So for example, if you're in one part of the facility but you need a lab sample that you have stored somewhere else, you can call a Mercury and have it delivered. And how much time do we have? Because it's 7 now.
We have about 13 minutes.
Okay, yeah, so 7:15. So let's see. From someone named Apollo, what were your inspirations for GRC and ERH? Phew. Okay. This is gonna go way back. So inspiration-wise, there's a lot of different games that I really like the look of. I guess one I can think of off the top of my head is Intellix's Admiralty Development and Research Complex, which I'm not too familiar with how it's been these days, but I really like the visual style of that. Additionally, gameplay-wise, you have obviously Q-Surf with the sheer amount of detail. Also, with the Christmas update, I just like to make a point here. Whoever made those keypads, with the keycard slider in them, give them a bonus. Those are awesome. It's a really cool use of skin meshes. And then I'm trying to think what else. I think Innovation Thermal Power Plant, their task system, that was something really cool. That I'll probably take inspiration from. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff, which I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's kind of the beauty of it, right? Throughout the years, I've absorbed so much and seen so much that there's just so much that I've developed really my own appreciation for what goes on. All right, this one's from Unfunny Lad. Is there any progress updates on the DTX AFR's development? I recall seeing a demo of some prototype model in the GRC updates channel, but I never really saw anything else. Now, literally the only thing we have worked on this year after Astral Day back in June is AC24. So unfortunately, we don't have any progress updates regarding the DTX AFR. At least anything that we could show. When we're going to shift our focus back into GRC development next year. So we'll definitely provide updates on the DTX AFR as it's developed. And for those of you who don't know, the DTX AFR is the Deuterium Tritium X aerosol fusion reactor, which is Galileo's reactor core. It's actually 2 cores and 1 core because you have an internal secondary fusion reactor that powers the big fusion reactor that's on the outside. The design, I think, is actually really cool. And if you're in the Astral Discord server, I believe you can go to the Lore Drops channel and there's blueprints and documents about it. However, we don't exactly have any 3D models or gameplay to show for it. Scorch, this might be a good one from you. I'm gonna butcher this horribly. Victorialisten. Quote, is it hard to switch from different Lua variations? I want to learn computer craft first before going into Roblox, since I feel it will be easier for some reason.
Well, I've been working with Lua in Roblox, Figura, and Computer Craft. They each have their own slight differences, and I can easily adapt to them, but it really depends on you and how you work with Lua and how invested you are with any one of them. And that's basically what I have to say with that.
Yeah, so if you want to get started programming in Lua, honestly, either any of the different like platforms they use it on, like Roblox, Computer Craft, Open Computers, they're all going to have their own differences. Start with what you think is the coolest, like what you enjoy most, because that'll keep you motivated to keep going with it. And it's not just Roblox and Minecraft too. Like Lua is a very common scripting language for mods. For example, in Gmod or I believe GTA 5. I'm not entirely sure. I've never played, but
Balatro.
And yeah, Balatro was coded in Lua, and it almost won Game of the Year. SMH got robbed, but yeah, it was. Lua is definitely it's a more accessible language compared to lower level languages like I guess C++ or C. But honestly, learning to code at all, regardless of what language, if you pick up one language, you'll get kind of a sense of how coding works, like basic structures like loops, functions, variables, and then you can apply that to different languages. What
So there's a
else
pretty
can
good question for you from Toucan.
how many developers do you have working on GRC, and how many are you looking to hire? Last I checked, we had 8 or so, but we don't divide the staff team by projects, at least not now. What we do is we just have our developers, and we're all focused on one project at a time. But I should mention that each of our developers has a different set of strengths and weaknesses, and I will say we have a lot more scripters than we do builders. And so for how many we're looking to hire, ideally we would get like 2 or 3 more builders to help us really get the map for GRC out, because that's the biggest roadblock for us, is getting a map. Because I mean, GRC, we plan to have it be pretty big. All right, and then also Toucan, estimated release date for GRC. I don't want to commit to anything. Like I mentioned earlier, I don't really believe in release dates, but I would like to have it out sometime like late 2026 if schedules permit. Obviously, it would be really nice if we got it out earlier, but with Astral Central and other projects, I mean, we can't really guarantee anything. From Apollo, will the ERH2 original soundtracks be used in GRC? Yes. Songs such as Cold Unfiltered Atmosphere and End of the Line will be used in Galileo. In fact, I was actually originally planning to drop a Spotify album of GRC Volume 0, which would include Under the Aurora, End of the Line, Lo-Fi Beat to Relax and Regenerate to, I'm trying to think what else, Cavern, and then, did I already say Cold Unfiltered Atmosphere? I think I did. There's a 5th one. But yeah, it would eventually go on streaming. But that has been postponed for reasons, which I won't really get into here. From Brian Zoo, we got 5 minutes before we switch over to the Polaris Q&A. So let's see. Question: since a good portion of the gameplay for reactor events is just walking and pathfinding, what other factors have you seen that you think make reactor event gameplay the most fun? I'm gonna talk about one of the events in one of our Game of the Year nominees, that being Don't Look 2 Singularity Containment Site. That game, in its meltdown or whatever, I think it's like a shield failure or something. I forget what the official name is, but it has a lot of interactive components. Yes, it has a lot of walking around and pathfinding, but they also have this like server breakdown like sub event where you have to constantly go and repair a server room in order to allow the computers of the facility to shut down the reactor. So like having more interactivity throughout your events is a really good way to make them more fun. Also destruction, like if you have a singularity instability, thank you TC. But also if you have like destruction, like if you have normally like really commonly used paths and you block them with debris or explosions, then you can force players to find new pathways in order to get to where they need to go. Oh man, I have like so many pings I have to read after this. And kind of piggybacking off of Apollo's question about the relationship between ERH2 and Galileo's OSTs, Glass asked, is GRC going to use pre-existing assets from ERH 2.0? And the answer to that is yes. We are already planning to do all sorts of things to bring over from ERH 2.0. For example, the drone companions. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Mercuries and the Peregrines and how adorable they are. But there's the little drone companions, which are these little over-the-shoulder buddies that you can have. And they're similar to like pets in some other games, but they actually serve a purpose of boosting your passive XP and data shard, which is our currency generation. Some provide light sources, and some have special skins that you can only unlock by doing certain things. Like, for example, the Crimson Door puzzle campaign, since Elevators was the first one to solve it, he'll get a special drone shell, which is a skin, that's themed off of that puzzle campaign. All right, we should have time for one more, so I'm just going to ask this question to the staff here. What made you want to work for Astral?
Who wants to start?
I guess I will. Might as well.
That's right. You can continue. Sorry.
Well, I met Astra back in like 2019, 2020, somewhere around that time. I saw Astral and I don't know exactly why I wanted to work with Astral, but I know now why I want to work for Astral now. It's GRC. It's just like how we are like. I don't know how to describe this. We are doing things that are very unique, and I want to be a part of that. That's basically all I could say, really.
Dree?
Kind of piggybacking off what Scorch said, Astral was doing a lot of very unique stuff. Like, for example, the Astral Central conventions, like the one we're at right now. AC23 was kind of like my, whoa, this group is kind of cool. And then I heard about GRC, which is, I can already tell is going to be good. Oh, Scorch has disappeared.
Again.
I'll pass it off to you now, PC.
So for me, it mostly started with finding ERH 1.0 and also AC22, and then after AC22, just hearing that one Astra needed more people, and also being invited as an invited guest to AC22, it just made me want to really get involved with the group, because it seemed like this group was going to go places, and AC Astral Central is something I really wanted to get involved in general as well. Rabbit?
I saw AC23. Is that?
Yeah, valid.
I joined it on a whim. I think it was an elevator station. It was mentioned in passing there. I thought, sure, I'll give it a go. Didn't really have that high expectations, and honestly, I was blown away. Like, sure, AC23 was laggy. Everything just felt kind of sluggish, but that was the first time I've seen Astral Industries in years. In B, that was the moment I saw Astral and thought, these guys are doing some really, really cool stuff. I want to work for them, because I wasn't in a group for a long while until that point. So I got an application in and I was mid. So I started working here in, I think it was March last year now.
Something like that. All right, now, with that, we're actually a couple of minutes over time, so we're going to go ahead and switch over to our last panel of the night. This one being probably the most anticipated one, the AC24 behind-the-scenes Q&A. Now, we are going to switch out a couple of the people here. TC and Driesener, thank you for joining us on the stage. And let's bring out Elevators and Yeaterson.
Bye, chat.
Hey, chat.
That's weird. Good night.
Right. Where's Ellie?
What's up, guys? I don't know.
Crap, where is Ellie?
I see them in the audience. They're lurking
Alright.
somewhere. Invite.
My fellow Americans.
There we go.
All right. So now, without further ado, welcome to the Astral Central 2024 Behind the Scenes panel, presented by us guys here at Polaris Media. Now, Polaris Media is the event management subgroup of Astral Industries, who is responsible for putting on these shows. Now, we've already introduced some of the guys here, but let's go ahead and introduce our last two people here. So, Yeaterson, take it away.
Hi, I am Yeaterson. I am one of the event staff leads alongside Scorch. I also played a role in the special event. Ellie, your turn.
I'm Elevators. You already probably know who I am. I was operating the
Ellie?
Huh? Sorry. I was operating some of the stuff in the AV booth. I was helping out with the special event, and I also ran a puzzle campaign before
Ellie,
Astral
it's not on the
Central.
stage. Oh wait, Ellie, we can't hear you trying to talk.
No, I can hear them.
I can hear Ellie fine. I can hear him fine.
Yeah.
What?
What?
It's good.
Is there something
Okay,
wrong
well,
with
I
my
get.
microphone?
No, Furry is having tech issues.
Oh, okay. I was just making
Okay,
sure.
hi, I can hear you now. What's up? Sorry about that. My bad.
No, you're fine.
We're talking.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that's happened.
I
That's
take
cool.
it most of the people here are going to be curious about the the special event, which I suppose I can
Special
reveal
event.
that its official name, which was actually revealed all the way back in the roster reveal video, was Operation Prism. Now, in order to understand what it was really all about, you would have needed to completed Elevator's polarized puzzle campaign, which, I mean, there's still event rules up for grabs, I think, right?
Yes, they are. As of right now, the entry point is still hidden, but it is somewhere within the roster reveal. In the coming probably weeks at this point, given that I have to work on Sapphire Bust, I will release a more public entry point so everybody can hopefully participate.
Right, so let's go ahead and get started with some community questions. So from Intellix, what was the first ever Astral Central and what inspired you guys here to start this incredible event? So, to start things off, the first ever Astral Central was all the way back in 2020. Now, I don't really like to talk about the thing that inspired me to make it that much anymore, but I will say it was a similar event hosted by another sci-fi group that had a bunch of people presenting on a stage and having some cool like interaction stuff, and I thought that was really cool. So I wanted to do something like that. I took inspiration, I put it into action, and boom, Astral Central 2020. You can actually find the VOD for it in the video section of Astral's YouTube page, if you want to take a listen to that. And honestly, after AC20, I realized that like I really like putting on shows because like I was doing theater at that point, and like I had this perfect mix of wanting to be a showman and also like being a tech producer. Everything just meshed together perfectly. It was a literal perfect storm. Now, I'll let Furry handle this one. What were some of the fixes you attempted during the beginning of the event today?
Like beginning of the event, like
the server crashes.
today?
How did we try to fix it?
First we tried throttling like people joining the game, and then after that didn't work and it crashed, we tried to disable streaming enabled, which apparently had some server load issues that still crashed. We tried to lower the player count to 350, but then it still crashed, and we're here with just insiders only in the main server.
Yeah. Let's see. From JT. Oh, sorry, go on.
Got it. Hold on.
Furry, give me the suit.
Yeah,
by
I'm
the
working
way.
on it.
All right.
From JT, how does Polaris Media plan to address the growing attendance of Astral Central, and how will the performance of the VEC be improved for next year? We don't know yet. We just figured out these issues exist, and we're gonna need to do like a month's worth of reflection and analysis in order to figure out where we want to go from here, because things have to change in order to support this level of audience based on what we've seen so far. I won't get into anything else further related to that. Oh, this is a fun one. This one's from Val. Ellie, I'll let you take this one. What would happen if the warhead timer got to 0?
So, actually, let me pull up the script just so I have this right. If the warhead timer hit 0, well, yes. Hold on one second. So, during the whole event, I think you remember a certain character coming onto the intercom and giving you guys a little bit of extra time during the defusal sequence. That character attached some sort of explosive to the warhead that would have broken something vital to, it actually combusting. So if the warhead ended up exploding, it wouldn't. The plan was foiled from the start, basically.
Yeah, it actually would not have exploded at all. Because the C4 charge that was planted on the side of the Borealis engine, it crippled the stage 2 fuel tank. If you remember during the pylon defusal sequence, there was a voice line from Onyx that said like unknown error detected in stage 2 fuel tank. That was because of that explosive, and you may have noticed the warhead lit on fire. And that meant that it just wouldn't have gone off. So the game was rigged from the start.
And if you were wondering what the dialogue would be like in case that would have happened, I would have probably just said boom right as it went off, just to time it perfectly. And well, of course it wouldn't have gone off. And we just
let's just do a read through
bit.
of the timer expiration
Sure.
dialogue. All right,
Why
take
not?
it away, Ellie.
I would have.
And boom! Why hasn't it detonated yet? The timer hit 0 and everything.
You do realize the engine is on fire, right? Maybe the thing broke because of that?
Really? All of that just for the thing to not even work? Why did I even bother? Fine, you win. We'll be back. Yelena, mind getting us out of here?
You only have enough crystals for one jump, though.
Well, we're gonna have to find some more later. Look, the security guards are right down the hall. We don't have time for this.
Yeah,
And then
that's
the intercom would
basically
cut
what would
out.
have happened.
And like a little riff sound would play, which would basically tell you we already warped away at that point.
I'm gonna get After's line playing.
What? Oh, can you actually play that?
Your
Is that a-
line. Yeah, I gotta get it. You're calling.
Oh yeah, for context, in game we had a bunch of voice lines that I recorded just as like a kind of mini tutorial for the people in game, and I hope that it helped for those of you who actually went out and diffused it.
Unfortunately,
Well,
we
that
couldn't
was
record and get the
inconvenient,
voice
to
line.
say the least. At least the show and its guests are safe and sound. We'll be sure to
Would've
properly
pre-recorded-
dispose of that thing later. Anyways, we've got a show to put on. Stay tuned to the next presentation.
You can continue, Scorch. It's over.
Yeah, we would have actually pre-recorded Ellie and Furry's lines, but they were actually getting warned for trying to do so, and we couldn't have that. We didn't want to risk anything, and so we had to do those live.
We're probably going to have to like reword a couple of things before we actually allow people to freely play the event after Astral Central. So we do ask that you bear with us while we figure that out.
All right, we'll answer one more question about the Operation Prism before we move on. So from Kerbex, first of all, why was there a warhead in the VEC in the first place? Ellie, do you want to talk about the origins of what used to be called the Ellevasion?
Sure. So all of this started out as a huge joke, right? And it's also the reason why I was brought on to the Polaris media team in the first place. I was just joking around saying that, it would be funny if we had some sort of meltdown sequence during the event. And that's where I got the idea of me just having enough with the community so united that I just decided that I would explode the entire event center just to have something to report on, some drama to talk about. And that's kind of where everything spiraled out of control, and eventually it became, canon, just in a way nobody was expecting. And eventually I would go on to make the puzzle campaign that some of you have uncovered and others have solved.
Yeah, and also shout out Chetsky. They were probably one of the only people outside of the PM team to know about Operation Prism from the start, because they were one of the people who helped come up with the original concept. So I just wanted to give a special thanks to them. Chetsky was one of the people who said, "What if Ellie blew up the VEC?" Okay, so okay, fine. This one I'll do this one rapid fire, and then we'll actually move on from Operation Prism questions. So this one is from Victor Lesson. I probably butchered that again. But what were the devices that were put inside the nose cone of the warhead? Because if you saw the footage, it's just a bunch of random stuff all crammed in there. The reasoning for that is lore, which we will not be sharing yet. But here are a list of the things that we put in there. We have the magma crystal from Innovation Thermal Power Plant, a thermal injection plasma reactor fuel cell from Energy Research on 1.0, a DMR fuel cell from QSurf, the Liker fuel cell from North Shore Mountains Research Site. We have a Trinity, aka the Bob-Omb from Sci-Fi Showdown. And then we also have a rod of U-238 and the Liker on a stick. There's also something from Nick's Antimatter Complex. I'm sure one of y'all knows what it is more than me.
It's the ATS cell.
Yeah.
The antimatter cell from the ATS.
So the idea is that we put a bunch of core game explosives in there, and this entire sequence was meant to be a giant homage to the sci-fi community, and all the different groups that make it great. All right, let's see. From Tukendev, I understand you guys want to move away from AC at least for 2025 to focus on producing an actual game. But with the sheer turnout and support for AC24, surely that is weighing on your opinion. Indeed. We'll be sharing more information about that during the Resonance Awards, I believe. Let's see. From Unfunny Lad, is there any way we'll be able to have a rehearsal of the special event to see the other outcome? Well, I mean, we kind of did that earlier. We had the read-through. From Apollo, when are you going to be covering the letters to the founder? Also during the Resonance Awards. From Anarchy Skyline, have you ever considered separating the event hall from the booths in different games? This would allow smaller parties to check out the booths while having one game solely just for the auditorium. This would allow for much more people to join. Now, the reason we didn't do this was because of the Cosmic Awards back in 2023. And they had pretty much that exact same system. They had a main place with all the booths, and then everyone got teleported directly into an auditorium. And it kind of worked, except teleport service only allows you to teleport X amount of people at any given time. And if we have so many different people, then some people wouldn't get teleported, some people might get split up in different servers. It's a whole mess that really just does not work well. I mean, shout out to the Cosmic team for putting that together. It was still an incredible event, but that doesn't mean that it didn't have its problems. And we didn't want to have those issues during an Astral Central event. However, honestly, we might look into it again if we can figure out a way to make it work, like maybe like literally 2 different places. That might be something we can end up doing in order to fully split the AV booth, like, and the auditorium from the showcase galleries. Okay, what other questions do we have? From TML 101, how much time goes into the whole event center? Was there already work going on before the AC23 event center closed? I'll let one of the other people answer that. Okay, what is that sound?
It's Hybrid's booth.
Ticking.
It's Hybrid's booth
Yeah,
switch.
AC24, pretty much, we started working on it in January. It's been something we've kind of been into over the year. Had some periods where we just made, I think we made the mag hall in about a few weeks, which was very impressive. But the entire thing we spent a year on, more or less. Some things came up quicker than the others.
We actually started work on AC24 before AC23, believe it or not. We have a little catchphrase in our event staff team. That's a next year thing. And it's because we always have so many different ideas about what we can include in our events that we always have to postpone stuff to another year. And we've already begun planning and working on AC25. Well, if we decide to do AC25, we're currently in its concepting phase right now. More on that later. But I mean, there's a whole lot of work that goes in, even beyond just building.
Oh, if I might add, I know you said about Project Prism and all that stuff, but I just wanted to add that all of that started getting concepted over the summer, so there was a lot less time to actually both implement it into the game and get the puzzles up and running.
Like, in all honesty, I was both incredibly excited and absolutely terrified because I had no idea if we were going to pull it off properly, because of how quickly it went from prototype to integration compared to the rest of the event.
Right.
So I was there just silently praying and going, God, please work, especially after everything that happened early into the event.
But it works pretty much flawlessly.
Yeah,
minus a couple of issues with manuals popping up, but other than that.
Yeah, for if you liked the little module diffusal sections, they were heavily inspired from a game that I really like called Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. So if you like that kind of style of gameplay, definitely go check that out.
Heavily inspired.
Permanently borrowed.
I mean, they weren't completely copied. I mean, a lot of the modules did
literally
have
borrowed.
different rules that you did have to read. So
yeah,
if you
I
actually
rewrote
played Butane-
all the manuals, so it
so if
isn't
you
one to
actually
one
played
to actually.
Butane, then none of that knowledge would apply here, except like there's modules and there's rules.
Okay. We'll do one more question because we got to get ready for the Resonance Awards. So from Unfunny Lad, is Astral Day happening next year, or will it be postponed along with AC25? We still plan to have Astral Day because it doesn't really take as much work as Astral Central does, not by nearly a massive margin. Astral Day is just kind of like an Astral birthday party, so we just kind of get together and have a game night. This year we had a first look video for GRC that came out. That was pretty cool. But again, it's just a internal community celebration rather than a massive inter-community event like AC. Now, before we go, I would just like to take a moment to appreciate the field suits that both of our agents here are wearing. So if you could stand up and give us a little 360. Not that far. The camera's not up there. Go back to the couch, but like just stand right in
get
front of it.
real.
Come on.
Go on the table.
Just on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these suits, I did the modeling for them, but I also have to shout out Ghastly Gas for the texturing. They came out incredible, and I genuinely really like how it worked. Same thing for the device on their back. Like again, I did the modeling, Gas did the texturing, and it just was awesome.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think I
We are
did like
perfectly
half the
synced.
model,
It's like-
and
it's
then
like you're
you
both in
did,
a microwave.
Like, fixing it.
Oh right, yeah. You also did some of the UV work, right?
It was the thing we didn't show was the one you did the model for.
Ah, right. Oh no. Yeah, you're right. Gas definitely did model this too. That's my bad for you stealing credit where I didn't realize I was. Thanks for correcting me. I appreciate that. But yeah, okay, y'all can
So I
stop
wasn't saying you
microwaving
were
now.
stealing. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that you were stealing. I was just.
We were microwaving in complete sync. Perfect sync.
Alright, give me a
All right. Well, with that, we're gonna go ahead and call the panel here. We will potentially start answering other questions after the event, just in text form. In-game chat is asking if we can buy the field suits. The field suits probably not as layered clothing because I don't think anyone here knows how layered clothing works, and it would probably take a long time to get set up.
I could try.
Yeah, maybe later. But but we will potentially be selling the goggles and the back device, which the name will be revealed later. Okay, no. Insiders, before we get into the Resonance Awards, I do need to remind you that you do have the chance to vote for Best Showcase Booth. Open your event booklet, go to the Vote tab, and vote. We will be revealing those in the Resonance Award, which start in 5 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and call this here, and we will see you on the Magnitude Hall stage for our award show. Thank you very much.
Our last presentation of the night, the 2024 Resonance Awards, will begin in 5 minutes on the Magnitude Hall stage. Please make your way back to your seats for our celebration of this year's Best of the Best. The 2024 Residence Awards will begin shortly. Sit back, relax, and enjoy our final presentation of the night. And now, please welcome the founder of Astral Industries and your host, Astra X2, to the stage.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening, Astral Central! We have finally reached the end of the show. It's been an incredibly fun and exciting 7 hours, whether it be checking out all 50 of our amazing showcase booths, to hearing from so many different presenters, to saving the convention from Nabla Corporation's Borealis engine. And I do have to thank you guys for that last one. It saved me a lot of paperwork. But before we end off the largest event in Roblox Sci-Fi history, we've got one more thing to do. It's time for the 2024 Resonance Awards. This year saw record-breaking turnout across the board. Phase 1 open nomination had 100 people cast their votes for who the nominee should be, a 567% increase from 2023. Additionally, the final voting form saw truly mind-boggling amounts of votes. Here's a little bit of context. Our inaugural year, 2022, we received 22 votes. Last year, 2023, we received 75. This year, we tallied 868 votes. That's over 11 and a half times more votes compared to last year. To say we are ecstatic would be an understatement. We've never even considered this level of turnout before, and it just goes to show what happens when this community works together. Thank you all so much for voting to decide this year's nominees and recipients. But before we get started, I just want to touch on one thing. Despite who walks home with the awards tonight, every single nominee, submission, and piece of the community is here to be celebrated. This community thrives on collaboration, so don't be hateful, don't be disrespectful, and be proud of those who have put in the amazingly hard work to make it up to this stage. This isn't a competition, it's a celebration. But now, we've sat here long enough waiting for the big reveals, so without further ado, let's get started on our first segment, the Individual Awards. Individual awards are given to community members or developers whose outstanding contributions to the community deserve special recognition. Winners showed kindness, outstanding technical skills, and served as inspiration for everyone around them. To officially begin the show, let's get started with the Community Member of the Year award. Take it away, Jereasoner.
Thank you, Astra. Now, this award is meant to celebrate community members which show exceptional kindness, respect, patience, and care for the community this year. No matter what, the winner of this award is a good person to be around. They also serve as a role model for the community, showing the best qualities of our corner of the internet. Without further ado, here are your nominees for Community Member of the Year. Astra X2. Let's try that again. Astra X2, Elevators 89. I'm Sky C, and it's Chetsky. And taking away the award for Community Member of the Year is... Elevators 89. Elevators has been an amazing member of the community this year. Even though we didn't get a Sci-Fi or Bust foray this year, his friendly personality and puzzle-making skills have brought light to the community when it needed it the most. Congratulations, and keep on being you. Now, I'll pass it back on to Astra for the rest of the individual awards. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jereasoner, and congrats again to Elevators for winning our first award of the year. It's no fun to just have one winner though, so let's quickly move on to our next award, which celebrates the best of our staff team. Let's get started with Staff Member of the Year. This award is very special to me. I believe strongly in Astral's core values of kindness, respect, and patience towards all, and all of these nominees show these qualities in one way or another. Additionally, we had some amazing stories internally this year of people rising through the ranks, going above and beyond in their roles, for contributing a massive amount to the success of this very event. But without further ado, here are your nominees for Staff Member of the Year. ATP Storages, Ghastly Gas, Yeaterson, and RabbitHawk256. And taking the award for Staff Member of the Year is... Yeaterson! I was personally stuck between all 4 of these, but the community rallied together to show their support. Yeaterson took on the role of Event Staff Lead this year for Polaris Media, a position she shares only with last year's winner, Underscorch. Being an ESL meant that they had the responsibility to direct other staff members, take on a leadership role for managing our insiders, and overall being a dedicated member of the team. They absolutely crushed it in their role. Between their role in creating and playing an Operation Prism, to creating detailed data acquisition systems, for testing sessions, to spending countless hours working independently to get systems ready, she 100% deserves recognition. Congratulations, and I am honored to have you be on our team. Now, let's move on from Astral and head back into celebrating those from across the entire community. Our next award is for Composer of the Year. This is our first new award category, celebrating our talented music producers in the sci-fi community. Music can take any game from good to amazing, and this is especially true in our genre. The recipient of this award contributed greatly to their projects with amazing soundtracks, whether it be immersive ambience or intense action music. Here are your nominees. Don't Luck 2, Sapphire Explicit, Syashikunda, and Zidano Ace. And receiving the Composer of the Year award is... Syashikunda! Syashikunda has been a staple of Roblox sci-fi music for a very long time, primarily known for their work on Innovation Incorporated Thermal Power Plant, a game created by one of our very own insiders, Innovation Thermal Plant Division. This year, they posted several remixes of songs both in and out of the genre, and even included some very nice original songs like Our Shattered Ocean. They've done a great job this year, and we cannot wait to see where they go next. Now, it's time to move on to our last individual award of the night. It's time to introduce the Developer of the Year award. This award celebrates a single developer which provided exceptional value to the community through their hard work, whether it be through going above and beyond in their role, working with multiple groups, or forging connections across the community. This award goes to someone who is a role model for the entire community. Without further ado, here are your nominees. It's Chedsky, Katsumi Alone, Tukendev, and Zero Protogen. And taking home Developer of the Year is... Tukendev. Tuken has been an amazing leader in our community this year. From their promotions in the RBWR simulation community to leading the up-and-coming Realistic Energy Operations Corporation, Tuken has done an incredible job rallying communities together, showing that despite taking on a storm of pressure, it's possible to rise from the ashes and become legendary. Congratulations, Tuken! Now, before we go back into our group awards, let's take a quick break. Let's wrap up how we did as a community this year. It's time for Astral Wrapped. This year, you guys dripped out your avatars with tiny Mercury companions of your own. Combined, you sold a stack, that's 64 for those who aren't block game enthusiasts, of mini Mercuries. Additionally, we released 0 games this year. Next up, you spent at least 2 hours asking us when we're getting a Mercury plush. The answer is probably not for a very long time. Sorry about that. And lastly, you all watched the AC24 roster reveal almost 1,000 times between November and now. Sure wonder what kept you all occupied in that. Wink wink nudge nudge. Alright, that's enough of that for now. Let's get back into our show. It's time for the group awards. Our first group award of the year is one which has been fiercely competitive these last couple of years, the the Astral Affiliate of the Year Award. This award showcases the best of the best in our affiliate program, which has expanded drastically this year. But out of our eligible affiliates, the community chose these 4 as the groups which best highlighted Astral's core values: kindness, patience, and respect towards all. Without further ado, your nominees. Base Tools Corporation, Nano Quantum Tech, Nuclear Engineering Corporation, and Scriptr Research Association. And now, taking home the 3rd annual Astral Affiliate of the Year Award is... Nuclear Engineering Corporation. Nico has been near and dear to my heart since we were first getting started here at Astral. Nico created the first ever community showcase booth all the way back during AC22, and despite the hazardous start, to say the least, Nico has been a staple of our community for the latter half of 3 years now. It's an honor to be giving this award, and after 3 years of being nominated, I suppose it's time to say that 3rd time is the charm. Congratulations, Nico, and here's to the years we spent together. Now, let's go ahead and move on to our next category, the Development Studio of the Year. This year was amazing for Roblox Sci-Fi, and it was shown by all the amazing studios which made it possible. This award goes to the studio which truly set the standard for 2024, whether it be the continuation of a dominant run of excellence or a rise to stardom. Without further ado, here are your nominees for Development Studio of the Year. Bunker Bravo Interactive, Monolith Interactive, Nano Quantum Tech, and the Quantum Structural Science team. And taking the 2024 Development Studio of the Year award is... the Quantum Structural Science team. This group needs no introduction. With the incredible run that that Quantum has had this year, being capped by the release of the QSurf Christmas update, Quantum has shown yet again why they are near the top of the top when it comes to quality and excellence in the sci-fi community. The outstanding work this team put in 100% deserves recognition, and I am honored to be presenting this to them. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see what you guys come up with next. Now, it's time for our last group award of the night. It's time for the Community Server of the Year award. What good would a community be if it didn't have a place to collaborate? This award is meant to highlight the server that is the best place to be in the community, whether it be to talk with friends, interact with staff, or stay up to date with future projects. Without further ado, here are your nominees. Elevator Station, Nano Quantum Tech, Nuclear Engineering Corporation, and Quantum Science Public. And receiving the 2024 Community Server of the Year award is... Quantum Science Public. QSP is one of the largest servers in the entire Roblox Sci-Fi community, and with this size comes a community of passionate, dedicated players, creators, and friends which all take the time to make a server a good place to be. I often spend my time browsing their creations form, which has led me to oh my gosh, where's my script? So let me discover some amazing projects I wouldn't have heard of otherwise. So congratulations to everyone at Quantum and QSP for taking the award. Now, time to take another quick break before we get into the Experience Awards. We've reached the end of the group awards, which have been pretty good in their own right. But let's step aside and get into some letters to the founder submitted in our community server. Alright, let's see. Dear Sir Lord Jonathan Astral I, salutations. It is with utmost importance that I bring you this letter. As you may know, practically the entirety of the Robloxian science fiction nuclear facility management community is expectantly waiting for the Astral Central 2024 convention, henceforth referred to as AC24, set to be hosted by your group, Astral Industries. After the success of AC23, the community is expecting an amazing event, and we are certain that you will be able to deliver. However, I do have questions regarding the safety of the upcoming event, after the events that occurred 2 years ago at Astral Central 2022. I am, of course, referring to the bioweapon incident. In case you have forgotten, At AC22, the Nuclear Engineering Corporation, henceforth referred to as NICO, had a popular community booth, the only of its kind at the event. However, unbeknownst to anyone, NICO had managed to smuggle in a biological delivery system, a bioweapon that released an unknown chemical gas within the vicinity of the booth. At some point prior to the Astral keynote, someone armed and activated this bioweapon. Pure chaos soon erupted, with event-goers collapsing all around the booth. This was until the esteemed developer Under S. Scorched managed to disable the BDS. As a victim of this incident, I remain deeply traumatized, and I sincerely wish that something of this magnitude is never to occur again. The exponential growth of Astral and the event over recent years only magnifies this worry. Hence why I bring this to your attention. I would like to know what precautions have been implemented to prevent this from occurring again. Have there been any other attempts to smuggle a bioweapon or cause a similar incident for trolling purposes, or otherwise? Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to read this and for considering our concerns. Despite the events of previous years, I remain hopeful and excited for AC24. I am sure that it will be a truly one-of-a-kind event. Keep up the great work. Well, first of all, what a beast of a letter! Thank you for the time that it took for you to write that. Now, to answer your questions, we have been thoroughly inspecting each and every showcase booth to ensure that no shenanigans occur. Last year we caught, 3 people attempting to cause trouble, but I don't believe anyone tried anything this year. Well, at least with the booths. I'm sure you all know about that other thing. But let's take a look at our next letter. Dear Founder, what does Astral know about the attack that occurred during the special event? Can we be rest assured that similar attacks will not occur during other Astral events? More importantly, can we get a refund for our admission? If not, I'm going to sue for distress and emotional damages. Oh, you should be paying us for disarming that bomb for you. You need better security. Signed, an angered attendee. First of all, I would like to sincerely apologize for anyone who received emotional stress or potential harm during the Naba Corporation's attack on the VEC. We had no clue that they were there. The special event was actually supposed to be definitely the reveal of GRC's release dates. Totally. I suppose they must have stolen the spotlight. Quite literally at that. Refunds for the event admission price of $0 will be granted to anyone who requests it. Now, looks like we got one more letter and it's got an image on it? Huh. Yeah, I'm just not gonna comment on this one. Well, that was fun, but it's time to get back on track. It's time to get into our longest segment of the night, the Experience Awards. Here's Yetterson to present our first Experience Award.
What? Hold on. Where do I start? This script just makes no sense. I'm just gonna start reading the thing. I'm just gonna start reading that. These awards go out to the most outstanding games and experiences within our genre, which deserve special recognition for pushing the community forward. But now, let's get started with our first award, Most Anticipated Project. Hype is everything when it comes to a release campaign. This category is meant to highlight those projects, which, although are unreleased in a finished state, hold a special place in the heart of the community. Let's hear it for this year's nominees for Most Anticipated Project. Next Antimatter Complex, New Era, by Nano Quantum Tech. Flash Wrong by Cobalt Science. Sitka National Laboratory by Quantum Science. And The Reactor by Hyper. And your recipient for the 2024 Most Anticipated Project Award is Sitka National Laboratory by Quantum Science. As a successor to the massively successful QSurf, SNL takes a step into what the future would look like with quantum science, featuring a new DMR, a massive new Arctic facility to explore, and even some familiar robotic friends from yours truly. SNL is going to be absolutely incredible, and based on the polling, the community seems to agree. That isn't to say all of these projects are incredible also, but stay up to date with all of them in their respective communities.
We can't wait to see where these end up. Now let's give this back to Astra.
Thank you, Yersin. Now, let's move on to our next award, the Community Creation of the Year Award. This is a very special award to me, as it comes directly from our wonderful Astral Industries Discord server. This award was only available to creations posted in our server, which means that we get to celebrate those who contributed to our community. Let's get started and introduce this year's nominees. Cortex Reborn by Sapphire Interactions, Lost Churung by Cobalt Science, Point Alpha Subterranean Research Facility by Quadrant Enterprises, and Project DMC by Technoscience Corp. And the award goes to... Point Alpha Subterranean Research Facility by Quadrant Enterprises. I must admit, I'm not too familiar with this project, but from what I've seen in our server, it's going to be incredible. Congratulations to everyone at Quadrant Enterprises for taking this one home. I'll be sure to follow along for future updates. Now, it's time to move on to our next award, Best Sound Design, won last year by the incredible Extortia by Gamther. This award celebrates a project's overall sound design. This includes music, sound effects, and ambience, which creates a landscape which is truly immersive and fun. Let's hear it for this year's nominees. Copperfield Recreational Laboratories by Garteon Technologies, QS Energy Research Facility by Quantum Science, The Reactor by Hyford, and CS Generation Complex by Cosmic Science. And taking the award is... QS Energy Research Facility by Quantum Science. Anyone who's played QSurf can understand why they got this award. Quantum has done an amazing job of building a soundscape around the Madison Research Complex, which I should also mention the new custom Meltdown soundtrack, which deserves recognition in its own right. Congratulations, and keep on doing what makes QSurf sound great. Now I'm going to pass it off to Driesener to present our next award.
It's time to take a look at a different sense. We've listened to audio awards, so let's look at our next award, Best Visual Effects. From flashy particles to smooth beams, VFX are a staple of the sci-fi genre. This category highlights the best of the best in VFX, including those who have innovated in creating new styles and examples of VFX which have pushed the community forwards. Let's take a look at our nominees. Project DMC by Technoscience Corporation, The Reactor by Hyford, Lost Churung by Cobalt Science, and A Core Game by Solaris Development Group. This year's award for Best Visual Effects goes to... A Core Game by Solaris Development Group. The team behind ACG has been hard at work over the past year getting this game updated, and they definitely succeeded with the release of 0.55C+. You heard about it in their keynote earlier tonight, but ACG is bringing the community forward with their VFX work. From brand new events to all kinds of flashy visuals, this game brings the spectacle to 11. Congratulations, Solaris. So now we'll go ahead and pass it back to Astra and move on to our next award. I'm having stroke.
Thank you, Driesener. Now, environmental design is more than just pretty landscapes. While that's certainly a part of it, great environmental design encapsulates immersion, ease of navigation, and a sense of elegance. This award goes to a game which is a joy to explore and interact with. Here are your nominees for this year's Best Environmental Design. QS Energy Research Facility by Quantum Science, Copperfield Recreational Laboratories by Garteon Technologies, CS Generation Complex by Cosmic Science, and Wind Rain Research Complex by the Nuclear Engineering Corporation. And your recipient for this year is... QS Energy Research Facility by Quantum Science. Setting the standard for sprawling facilities, this game has near endless opportunities to explore, learn, interact, and become immersed. The addition of the sublevel remaster certainly helped with this too, but there's no denying how incredible QSurf's environmental design has become. Congratulations to everyone at Quantum for the award. Now, here's Glitch to present our next award.
It's time to touch on what makes a sci-fi game truly fun and engaging. What makes a game a game? The gameplay. This award goes to the sci-fi game which is the most enjoyable to play, whether it be working with the crew to ensure power demands are met, navigating detailed reactor controls, or working on the combat team. The recipient highlights the best gameplay in the community. Now, let's take a look at this year's nominees. QS Energy Research Facility by Quantum Science, The Reactor by Hyford, Realistic Boiling Water Reactor by RBWR Simulation Community, and Copperfield Recreational Laboratories by Garteon Technologies. And taking the award is... Realistic Boiling Water Reactor by RBWR Simulation Community. This game took many people by storm this year, including some of our staff, much to my dismay. And after trying it myself, I can definitely see how this game is worthy of this award. Sheer intricacy of the control systems and the skill required to operate them at the highest level makes this game truly addictive. Congrats to everyone behind the development of RBWR for this award. Back to Astra.
Our next award is a new one for this year, Best Interior Design. As part of our celebration of the amazing building and modeling which sets the sci-fi community apart from the rest of Roblox, we wanted to recognize those who had spent the time to make their game's interior more than just a hallway simulator. These nominees can all make a hallway feel exciting to explore, make intuitive environments, and keep a consistent yet elegant style. Here are your nominees. Realistic Power Dispatching Center by the Realistic Energy Operations Corporation, QS Energy Research Facility by Quantum Science, Delta Fermi Nuclear Power Plant by Omega Laboratories Innovators, and Light Inc. Geothermal Power Plant by Light Incorporated. And taking the award for Best Interior Design is... QS Energy Research Facility by Quantum Science. QSurf's interiors have been constantly improving throughout the years, and the sheer amount of detail has proven why they are deserving of recognition. With all of the work that QSST has put into ensuring no rock goes unturned when it comes to detail, all whilst maintaining performance, it's no wonder the community chose them for this award. Congratulations. Now, I'm going to pass it off to Driesner to continue for our next award.
It's time to listen out for our next award. See what I did there? Soundtrack of the Year. This award celebrates the single individual track which captivated the community of this year. From slow ambience tracks to epic orchestral compositions, there was plenty of variety for this one. Let's hear it out for our nominees. Desolation V5 by Zadono Ace. Under the Aurora by Astra X2, The Reaper's Rave by Sambi RBLX and Purple Dynamite, and Sci-Fi Showdown by Sayashi Kunda. And taking the award this year is... Desolation V5 by Zadono Ace. Sometimes you might need a couple of tries to get something just right. I suppose in this case, it took 5. This song, written for Zan's very own codename Lemnis, was a great addition to this game's amazing soundtrack. Excellent work, and congratulations for the award. Now here's Astra again to continue the show.
Now, before we continue, I gotta say, all of those songs were genuinely amazing, and I highly suggest you listen to them after this award show is over. Now, thanks again, Driesner, and congrats again to Zidano for taking home that award. The next award I'll touch on is one I believe deserves more recognition, that being the Best Interface Design Award. Good UI, or user interface, is the foundation for how a game runs. Now, interface isn't just GUIs, or what you see on your screen, but also in the ways that a player interacts with the game's systems. This includes the satisfying click of a lever switching, or the flashing of an annunciator letting you know that something's not quite right. All of these games do a great job of using interface design, so let's take a look at our nominees. QS Energy Research Facility by Quantum Science, The Reactor by Hyford, Realistic Boiling Water Reactor by RBWR Simulation Community, and Extortia by Ganther. And taking home the Best Interface Design Award for this year is... Realistic Boiling Water Reactor by RBWR Simulation Community. Taking even one look at this game can show you why it has one of the most unique interface designs in the entire community. In order to engage with the amount of depth this game has, having good interface design is a must. From tooltips explaining each and every function to intricate and satisfying controls, RBWR excels in what makes interacting with a game fun. Great work, and congratulations on the award. Now, I do have a special announcement before we move on to our next award. I have been given exclusive information about Innovation Incorporated Thermal Power Plant's next update, the Quality of Life update. Here's what you need to know, coming next week. The team has revamped visual effects for various different events, remastered animations, refreshed building for various parts of the map, added new alternate songs for the meltdown and shutdown sequences, and a whole lot more. I'll leave the slide up for a couple more seconds so you can read it, but be sure to check out the update when it releases on January 4th at 4 p.m. Eastern. Now, let's pass it off to Glitch one more time to present our next award.
Thank you, Astra. Now, if there's one thing that unites this entire community, it's a good reactor. From the classic ball core to amazingly intricate simulators, our entire community revolves around observing, operating, and destroying these beasts of engineering. Now, let's take a look at which 4 reactors the community enjoyed the most this year. The Dark Matter Reactor from QS Energy Research Facility, the Subspace Reactor from The Reactor, Unit 1 from Realistic Boiling Water Reactor, and the CX-2840 from Copperfield Recreational Laboratories. And the best recipient, and the recipient for the best reactor for 2024 is... Drumroll, hello?
Any minute now. There we go.
Unit 1 from Realistic Boiling Water Reactor. These guys are on a streak right now, and there's no denying why. The entire RBWR series is known for their reactors, and even though it may not have their physical representations, they are well represented by the amazing control systems and interfaces which make up their gameplay. Unit 1 is the gateway into the RBWR franchise, and it has shown how great it's been. Congratulations yet again, and here's Astra for our final rewards of the show.
Now, we've come down to the last 2 awards of the night. These 2 awards showcase the best of the best in our community, showing who's driving the genre forward. To get started, let's introduce the Most Innovative Project Award. Innovation is everything on Roblox. Besides the fact that the official Roblox awards are literally named the Innovation Awards, one of the founding members of the sci-fi community named themselves after it. Creating something new and unique deserves recognition, and that's what we're here to do. Here are your nominees for 2024's Most Innovative Project. Realistic Power Dispatching Center by REOC, The Reactor by Hyfer, CTOS by scriptr Research Association, and Nix Antimatter Complex by Nano Quantum Tech. And taking 2024's most innovative project is... Realistic Power Dispatching Center by the Realistic Energy Operations Corporation. This game is attempting something no other project has, exploring the gameplay of being an electrical grid dispatcher. Focused on the fictional New York Electric Company, RPDC will have you take power sent from power plants and ship it out to the grid. While this game is still in development, it's an entirely new style of gameplay for our genre. We can't wait to see where this project ends up, so congratulations to REOC. Now, the time has come for our last voted award of the night. This is the big one, the one you might have gotten clickbaited for, and the one you've all been waiting for, Game of the Year. This year saw tons of amazing games all around the sci-fi community, whether it be extremely intricate simulators, fast-paced roguelike gameplay, a massive facility that truly feels alive, or the latest addition for a group with an outstanding legacy. There is no wrong answer to this question. What is 2024's Game of the Year? It's time to find out. If I had the nominees and winner on me, of course. Here, let me send out a Mercury to ship it real quick. Thank you, Mercury. Now, without further ado, here are your nominees for Game of the Year. First up is a 2024 cult classic, Realistic Boiling Water Reactor by RBWR Simulation Community. In RBWR, you take the role of a reactor operator on one of Roblox's most detailed nuclear simulators, learn the controls, perform maintenance, and team up to power the demands of the grid. Next on the list is Singularity Containment Site by Don't Luck 2. This solo project takes you into a massive facility centered around the stabilized black hole reactor. With Guidely the Guide as your companion, explore various parts of the map, cure diseases, mix chemicals, and manufacture fuel to keep the SBHR running smooth. From intricate gameplay to story-packed endings, SES has something for everyone. Next up, Hyford's The Reactor. This surprise smash hit takes the concept of a sci-fi game and puts it into a fast-paced, shift-like gameplay which is fun to play over and over again. Learning the intricacies of the subspace reactor and how to adapt to various situations keeps the excitement fresh, and even though the game is still in development, it's a blast to play, either solo or with friends. Last on the list is Garteon Technologies' Copperfield Recreational Laboratories. Dive underground to explore a facility all about science and research. Operate the high-tech CX-2840, stop it from exploding, or check out the many other labs the facility offers. Test run a jet engine, run a research reactor, and much more. This game has a great environment and is plenty of fun. However, there can only be one recipient for Game of the Year, and it is time to see what the community has chosen. And your winner for the 2024 Resonance Awards Game of the Year is... Realistic Boiling Water Reactor by RBWR Simulation Community. Turning up the detail of being a reactor operator to 11, RBWR has shown just how detailed the actual devices can be. Being a part of the Harrison Generating Station means more than just following directions, however. It means taking on rapidly changing situations, getting training from members of the community, and learning to communicate over limited distances and hotlines. This game is the ultimate challenge for nuclear enthusiasts, and the community has chosen to bestow it our most coveted award. Congratulations to the entire RBWR Simulation Community team, and another congratulations to all of our other nominees as well. All of these games are truly outstanding, and you definitely should go visit every single one of them after the show. Now, if this were last year's Astral Central, that would have been the end of the show. Lights off, curtains down, see you next year. However, I've got 3 more surprises I would like to share with you all. Meet the Astral Industries North Star Awards. These are very special awards, handpicked by myself, Astra X2. If you've seen the Innovation Awards, you can kind of think of these as the Builderman's Award of Excellence for our show, an award given to something or someone who is truly exceptional and may not have been recognized elsewhere. Now, there's 3 North Star Awards, one for each type of award we presented tonight: individual, group, and experience. Let's get started with our individual North Star Award. This award was one of the most difficult to pick of the entire year. There were so many outstanding people this year, so picking just one to give this award to was incredibly tough. But after seeing the results of tonight's show, I decided to give one very special person this unique honor. Your individual North Star Award winner is... Don't Luck 2. DL2 has been an amazing person to be around in our community over the last few years. Despite their departure from the sci-fi community earlier this year, I would still like to honor them for all the hard work they put into their little corner of this massive genre. Singularity Containment Site, for being a solo project, is incredibly well put together in detail. It stunned me when we first reviewed it on my series Die Thousands of Deaths, and even more so once it fully released. I am honored to be giving this award out to one of the coolest devs I know. Congratulations. Now, let's talk about the Group North Star Award. This award is given to a group which went above and beyond in their community contributions this year. Whether it be making excellent games or organizing community events, this group has been a great place to be around. With that said, I am honored to grant the Group North Star Award to... Zans! Zans earned this award primarily for one event that they hosted, Future Horizon Spotlight. FHS was a showcase event, similar to something like a Nintendo Direct, which showcased many different projects from around the community. It was so fun to see all of the trailers shown off, and I would love to see more community-focused events like that pop up next year and beyond. Congratulations to Zidano Ace and everyone else at Zans for the award. Keep up the great work, and I can't wait to see FHS next year. Now, we've got one more award, and then AC24 will be done. It has been one hell of a ride, and there's only one way to end it off. It's time to reveal 2024's Experience North Star Award. This game took the genre by storm this year. Its revolutionary gameplay asked the question of what sci-fi games could look like if there were more structured mechanics, and the response was truly incredible. Not to mention the amazing graphics and UI to go on top of it. It is my honor to award the Experience North Star Award to... The Reactor by Hyford. This game 100% deserves recognition. This is certainly the most unique game put out in our genre this year, and is going to be a masterpiece once it's completed. Congratulations to Hyford and everyone at Hyphen Zero for putting together this incredible game. And with that, we've officially reached the end of Astral Central 2024 Panorama. Words cannot express how thankful I am to be here on stage in front of you guys, with the most incredible audience I've ever had the honor of presenting to. Astral was founded in 2020 with the concept of pushing... You know what? No, you're right, I did miss one! It's time to reveal our winners for Best Showcase Booth, voted live by our insiders.
Can't believe you.
Yeah, I forgot to put it in the script, that's why. Hang on. Alright, this may take a minute for me to get... hang on. So, our insiders voted for 6 different showcase booths. One in each gallery, being Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and Ceres, and one for Best Overall. Now, here are your winners for the Mercury Gallery. Oh, wow, okay. Are these out of order? And your winner for the best showcase booth in the Mercury Gallery goes to Versus Tech Incorporated. For the Venus Gallery, this award goes to Sapphire Interactions. For the Series Gallery, this award goes to Nano Quantum Tech. In the Earth Gallery, this award goes to Cobalt Science. And in the Mars Gallery, this award goes to Asentyl Productions. And lastly, for Best Overall, your winner is Nano Quantum Tech. Congratulations! Now, where was I? Our hope for Astral Central was to bring communities together, and look what we've done. We've brought together 43 groups to make 50 booths, we've disarmed a warhead, and we have done so much more. It has been the honor of a lifetime to put this together, and we hope you enjoyed the show. If you were in Astral during August, you know that I began college this year. In a press release, I stated that, quote, we had no plans to continue Astral Central into 2025. However, based on the sheer turnout and interest we've gotten, and due to the fact that we've gotten some of the largest groups on the platform to work with us, we're announcing that Astral Central 2025 is back on our list of projects. Now, we aren't fully committing to this yet, as we still do want to focus on Galileo Research Complex, a facility game of our own, but we do want to keep showcasing the power of community in events just like this. If you're interested in signing up to create a booth, food truck, or something else for Astral Central 2025, fill out the feedback form we'll be posting in our community server once this event ends. Invitations will be sent out sometime during the first few months of 2025. One last time, thank you all so much for being a part of Astral Central. These events wouldn't be the same without you guys, and we sincerely hope you enjoyed the show. An archived version of the Vector Event Center will be put up in a few days to allow you all to explore the Event Center, even after tonight. Now, and forever, per Aspera, ad Astra. Happy Astral Central, and here's to 2025. Good night, everyone.
That concludes our programming for Astral Central 2024 Panorama. We hope you enjoyed the show. To help us make the show even better for next time, please help us out by submitting your feedback in the provided form in our community server. Thank you for
Thanks, guys, for
attending,
making this event
and
so great.
remember, per Aspera, ad Astra.